First case on page 33. Case number CE 2303036, case address 1820 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Vanessa LLC, and Inspector Bovary Xantis, Supervisor Julio Davila presenting. It was posted at property 81023, posted at City Hall 81723.
For both of you, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Hulu Davila, Co-Compliance Supervisor, on behalf of Co-Compliance Officer Bovary Xantis, presenting the aforementioned case and property is read. This property was first inspected on March 9th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 18-1 complied, 9-304 complied, 9-305 subsection B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained and a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale area. This is a recurring violation for case CE 2102-0651. The case is being presented to the special magistrate, seeking a finding of fact whether or not it has come into compliance prior to the hearing date. 9-306 complied, and 18-4 subsection C. There are multiple derelict vehicles stored on this property, which are dismantled and inoperable. This is a recurring violation for case CE 2102-0651, and this is also being presented before the special magistrate, seeking a finding of fact whether or not it comes into compliance prior to this hearing date. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on August 10th, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on the property on August 23rd, 2023, which revealed the property is in the condition as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to correct the violations or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Anyone else?
Okay, we are here. This is my tenant. I'm the property manager for another real estate. So
Can you please state your name for the record?
yes, Antonia Cadaricchio. Okay. So, well, everybody recognizes me like Annette. So we came here for one reason today, not because we understand there were a problem in the property. We fixed it up, we clean up, we did whatever we can. But my tenant will come here. He won't understand what is requirement for them. Let me give a little bit of background. We talk about here low income property, okay, where business wise, we really is a good tenant. I have no problem with him. But sometimes it really works for me, like do some good job, for pay rent and stuff like that. So we want to figure out what is required. We know at one point the property was not in good shape, and we really worked hard on that. Like right now, they talk about missing some grass there. This is FTL. Okay. Because they're doing the groundwork. So what they did an advertisement where FTL took a portion of a property for put to the ground box. They need to finish that. So if I fix that, if I pay for that, that's gonna be again in 2 weeks, 3 weeks maximum. Gonna be again, because they were in my office the other day. My tenant really cleaned up a lot. I mean, I went there a couple of times. Before, yes, the fault was there, but now I keep on going. I don't see this disaster area.
Okay, and Supervisor, will you explain to her what she needs to do? And
As you mentioned, what is remaining on the property is the sod and the vehicles that remain there that are considered derelict and are not allowed on the property.
Which vehicle?
The dismantled ones
Yeah.
on the driveway and the one in the rear of the property.
The driveway, the dismantled one already went away. The one on the back is doing landscaping job. Sometimes he has his trailer
Yeah,
there.
it's
our
actually a
trailer.
trailer.
It can't be on the grass, although that's not here before us, so you need to put it on a driveway, but is that the only thing left as far as
Yes,
the?
yes, the
derelict
picture, you can
vehicles?
see, that's the picture of the front, there is nothing else. He has a
Okay.
car with the wood, different color,
Okay.
but it doesn't mean the car is running very well, it's his wife's car.
Then the only thing as far as being out of compliance right now is that piece of sod.
Okay, but they saw this FPL. Guys, we cannot do nothing until FPL.
Fortunately, you're responsible for maintaining.
Did FPL tell you when they'd be done with the project?
They were in my office a couple weeks ago, they do all the street is under.
Okay,
you know,
did they tell you when they'd be done?
They just come, they make you notarize where you give those piece of property to them, so they can do the ground job, so. If you want, I can put there, but that's
Alright.
gonna be a couple weeks.
I'm gonna give you 56 days. And if the car's gone, that'll be easily complied. And it's gonna be up to you to coordinate with FP&L because that's gotta be taken care of or you're gonna face fines. This is a recurring violation, which makes it even worse for you. So that if there is another future violation, then you will be fined. I'm not fining you today, but you will be fined if there's a future
But
violation.
that's what we are here, what is the requirement for that?
Cause this is the first
The
time.
requirement is here, we need to figure out what is the requirement.
State your name for the record,
My name
please.
is DeAndre Higgs.
Okay,
But, all right, so this would be the first violation for the swell, so it's not actually recurring. The car, was the first violation I think that he gave me, which the car had been moved.
well, what I have here is that this is a recurring violation. Is that
Yes, I
correct,
quite agree.
Supervisor?
Yes, ma'am, as you're aware, you know, the recurring or repeat violation, nature of a case, it belongs to the property, not to the tenant. So it belongs to a case, which was also owned by the current property owner. So that's the recurring nature is with the property, not necessarily the tenant.
Okay,
I understand your point,
So you're saying the previous tenant.
But previous, I mean, this is my tenant, I mean, I can be in charge for telling him what to do. I understand, that's my power, that's my responsibility here. But we need to figure out what is recorded there, what do you call
Saying it's
recorded?
recurring is if you own the
The
property
case
for
number's
10
listed.
years, whatever happened in
Okay,
those 10
there's a
years.
previous case number on this property for the same violation. That's what makes it a recurring violation.
Okay,
So I'm gonna enter a finding of fact that that it in fact exists. I'm gonna give you 56 days instead of their recommended 28 days, so you could try to coordinate with FP&L. But then something's gonna have to be done before that time, or you will face $50 a day fines, okay? All right, thank you very much.
thank you.
Thanks, guys.
I think for the other violations, your order is finding the fact for the other violations
Yes.
as well.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Okay, thank you.
Next case, page 44. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22120129, case address 316 Northeast Fourth Street, owner Dependable Equities LLC. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 3/24/23. One suspension from 5/25/23 to 8/31/23. One section not complied at $100 per day, $6,200 accrued. City is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Roya, Stephanie, or Stephanie? Roya, no. Roya, Jose, Estefania.
3116 Northeast. Fourth Street. I don't see it. Oh, no.
Was on your-
I don't see Stefano Messi.
Yeah, she-
Go all the way up.
Go, you gotta go back home. Go down.
Very good.
No.
Right there,
There
right
it
there.
is.
Hey, everybody. Hi, it's Roya. I'll just say that Estefania is actually handling this case. So if you could make her a panelist, she can speak on behalf of this one.
Good morning, it's Stephanie Mayorga with Stephanie Toothbaker's office.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So,
Good morning, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Oh, we lost your sound. You're muted.
I'm not muted, I said yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Inspector Caracas, on behalf of the city. Case number CE 22120129, located at 316 Northeast Fourth Street. This case first came before special master on March 14 of 2023, where evidence was presented in magistrate for the city. These violations were first cited on December 5th of 2022, and so far a total of 13 re-inspections have been made to the property. There have been conversations by phone and email and in person with the property representatives. And during these conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. As of today, Your Honor, we have no compliance yet. We have the representative with us asking for, I guess, for more time. Basically, that's what we do.
So what's the city's position on?
The city's position is the following, we want to have a final extension. We want to give them a final extension of 91 days. With an order of reappearance. And the conditions, if you want to call it, will be, the permit has to be issued and or the building has to be completed.
Okay,
Yes,
council,
yes, we would appreciate that extension of time. The demolition permit is still actively in process with the city. It hasn't been issued yet. We're responding to another round of comments, but we would appreciate that last extension of time.
okay. So ordered, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
You have another case on page 20. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 23050834, case address 87 Isle of Venice Drive, owner JDSFT Properties LLC. Posted at property 8423, posted at City Hall 817.
Good morning, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, speaking for Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2305-0834, property address 87 Isle of Venice Drive. 9-278E complied, 9-305B complied, 9-276C3 withdraw, and 9-280G withdraw. This property was inspected by Inspector Garcia. The following violations were observed. 9-280B, there is a broken window in unit number 4 that requires repair. The glass of the window was observed broken and missing. There is a water leak that is penetrating the interior ceiling. Unit 4. Evidence of the ceiling was observed to be water damage due to the interior being improperly watertight. 9-280C. There is an accumulation of stains on the steps of the exterior stairway that is not being maintained. 18-1. There is an illegal storage of fuel containers in the exterior common area of the property and accumulation of buckets and storage containers that have accumulated stagnant water that are creating a public nuisance. It is not being maintained. in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may be furnished by a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, and welfare, and may be adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 47-34.1.8.1. There is a legal land use occurring at this RMN 25 on property. This is an illegal storage consisting of, but not limited to, kayaks, canoes, deflated vessel, buckets, storage container, recreational water object, and other items. 9-304B, there is a boat on a trailer being stored on the grass of the RMN 25 zone property without a valid tag. A pre-hearing inspection on 8/30/2023 revealed the violation stated non-compliance. I have been in contact with the property management for this property. It is to my understanding, which we did check on the seller, that they applied for a site level plan level 3 request that is scheduled for the month of October in front of zoning and planning. They stated that it's a vacant property now. Prior, there was a tenant that made a complaint. Unit number 4 never got access to the unit. She left the property. At the reinspection, I spoke to, they have the tenants and they have people renting the docks. No one was inside the units. All the units were empty. It seems like everyone just either left or evicted or whichever. I spoke to the people that docked the boat, that pay a fee. They told me that this property is being sold and they have to move. I spoke to the, I believe, Roya. She explained to me that they let everyone out and they're going to change the site plan to demo the whole thing to build on it at some point in time in the future. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day per violation.
Okay, Ms. Edwards, please state your full name for the record.
Yes, this is Roya Edwards with Stephanie Toothaker's office. I'm here on behalf of the property owner. Thank you so much to Inspector Bernstein for giving such a comprehensive description of whatever is going on. I just want to say he's really amazing to work with and he's helped a lot throughout this process. But yeah, he was correct in stating that this property actually has a site plan level 3 to develop an 8-unit condominium in the works. We're kind of at the finish line at this point. We are scheduled for the October Planning and Zoning Board, and they are the decision-making body for the condo. So after we get approval from the board, we'll wrap up any final DRC conditions, and then the property owner can move forward to building permitting. So we're expecting that the existing building will very likely be demolished sometime next year. So doesn't make too much sense to spend thousands of dollars improving a building with no tenant that's set to be demolished in the near future. So, we want to thank everybody so much for agreeing to waive all the violations that pertain to the building. And yes, as far as like the other violations about the boat and the trailer, the boat and the trailer actually do belong to the property owner. I already spoke to him. He actually doesn't live in Florida. He does live out of state. So it is going to take a little bit of time for him to coordinate about where to put it, but he's completely agreed to remove it off the property. The rest of the items, most of them actually do belong to the previous tenants, but he's in close contact with them and they've agreed to, move everything, and we'll get everything situated as quickly as possible and cleaned up, which I think is the main issue. And I completely understand. And, it has to get cleaned up anyway if we're going to start construction. So for those reasons, yeah, we would like to respectfully request all violations pertaining to the building, please be waived, which I know, we've already agreed to. And if there's any fines that have accrued, we'd like to hold those, but I don't believe so at this point. And then I know a 30-day extension was noted, but we would really appreciate a 60-day extension just to give the property owner who currently is not living in state time to fly down and figure out what to do with his boat, to remove it from the property, and also give the previous tenants some time to remove their items from the property. So that being said, we'd really appreciate those requests.
Okay, she seems to be under the impression that you waived
Some of these
I think
violations.
what it is we couldn't get inside of unit number 4, so I can't really verify if something was done. And not that they have the site level plan going and they're gonna demolish it and there's no one inside a unit. I don't think me going inside is gonna, I don't have access to inside, like no one is there. There's no tenant, so.
Okay,
We basically just waived the interior part of the withdrawal. But the question becomes, there's a window that was cited in the beginning, and I could clearly see it from the exterior. We put a broken window, so I'm not sure if I would have to talk to my supervisor before whether or not should they repair that window, even though they're gonna move forward and demolish it, or should they just
so which violations do you want them to take care of?
It's basically the one that for the boat needs to be removed. The storage needs to be removed and cleaned up. They have all kinds of kayaks, canoe, and trash and buckets and all that stuff. That just gotta get cleaned up. That's our main thing.
Okay,
9-280. The middle,
280.
9-280C.
And
okay,
Inspector, I think it would be helpful for the magistrate if you could go through the violations and set forth the number.
Or the number, okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so it's clear also to the respondent as to what their responsibility is, please.
So 9-280B is the window. That one, there is a broken window on the exterior. They can repair it. It was broken. I can see it from the exterior. I don't have to go inside the unit to verify that. 9-280C, the accumulation, there's some stains on the exterior wall. It just need to get cleaned up. It was on the exterior of the building. I could clearly see it and it's clearly visible. Even though they are going to demolish it, it's there.
still an eyesore.
It's still there. 18-1, illegal storage of a lot of things on the rear of the property. That just gotta get cleaned up. 47-34.1.8.1. They have, again, kayaks, canoes, and all those water equipment that just gotta get cleaned up. And then the boat has to get removed because it's not being parked on.
9304B.
Yes, 9304B.
Okay, the boat has to be removed because it's being stored on a grass
Yeah,
area.
end of the package, it's expired.
Okay, all right. Okay, I will grant the city's request for 28 days for all except the boat. I'll give you 56 days to get that out of there. Or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, so just so I understand, you want the window fixed. Which one, you want the window fixed and then the exterior of the building you want fixed as well?
No, it just gotta get cleaned up. That's the only area that was stained. All the other area of the property is pretty much.
Yeah, clean up the mildew, get rid of all the outside storage that could accumulate rodents, etc. You know, just make the outside of the property look as neat as you can until you get the demo permit.
Yeah, we have no issue at all with like everything outside of the building, like the canoes and the storage and the boat and the garbage. Absolutely, that will be gone as quickly as possible. My only question is like with the window and the stuff that has to do with the building. I understand it's not super attractive at this point, but you know, next year it's going away. So, but you still want everything repaired? Like, does it have to be replaced with like another?
Is there any other alternative to repair?
Okay.
Do you want to say something?
Good morning, Katrina Dawson, Jordan, Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The window needs to be repaired and the stains on the building need to be pressure washed, or however you can remove the stains from the outside of the building.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just, you know, I mean, if you were applying for the demo permit next week, I would say no, but sometime next year is just not sufficient. So that's gonna have to be repaired.
I understand.
All right, thank you very much.
Sorry, really quick, just want to confirm again. So because you gave 2 extensions for different violations. So for the window and the,
56 days for your client to remove the boat, all the remaining outdoor violations, 28 days, $100 a day thereafter, for if you don't meet those deadlines. Okay?
gotcha. Okay, thank you so
All right.
much. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 6, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 23020370. Case address 702 Northwest 18th Street, owner Samuel W. Daniel, posted at property 8/16/23, posted at City Hall 8/17/23.
Good. Let's just go. Start passing. So let's start. Unmute.
Good morning, Mr. Butler, can you hear us?
Actually, Mr. Butler is not here. This is Sam Daniel. I'm the owner of the property. We had some difficulty in getting both of ourselves connected on this call, and I wound up the one being connected. Bill is on the call, but he's called in on his phone and he is muted. Bill is my property manager in the Fort Lauderdale area. I, as the owner, reside in Virginia. And so that's where I'm speaking to you from today.
Okay, sir, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Yes, yes, show video.
Yeah, he's got to show with you. You can listen, but you can't speak. Nope.
In the room, but you can't.
This property was first, I'm sorry. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jean-Claude Noel for the city of Fort Lauderdale and Community Enhancement. This case is for case CE 230-20370. Property address is 702 Northwest 18th Street. It was first inspected in February 2023 on February 10th, and the violations are 18.1. There is loose trash, including but not limited to water bottles, soda cans, plastic cups, other miscellaneous items at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property or may be reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermins, or wild animals, and may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes and threatens and endangers the public health, safety, and welfare that may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of the adjacent properties. Other violation 9-304B, the asphalt driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and damages in areas that is stained with dirt or oil. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained as a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 47-21.15A, it shall be unlawful to remove a tree in the city of Fort Lauderdale without first obtaining a tree removal permit. 47-21.16 has been complied with. 47-2013 G1 has been complied with. A pre-hearing inspection was done on August 30th, and it reveals that the violations that are stated here that I would like to enter the photos for evidence that will show the violations that are depicted. And the city's requesting that we get 28 days for $200 per day thereafter for violation 47-21.15.A. And for the other violations, 9-304 driveway, 9-305, and 18-1, the city's requesting 28 days or $100 fine day thereafter for each violation. I did speak to Mr. Butler and Mr. Samuel, or I'm sorry, I spoke to Mr. Samuel a couple of days ago and I spoke to Mr. Butler yesterday. They are aware of the violations. They have been actively working on repairing and taking care of the property. Because of the rain, there were certain issues that they could not fix the driveway from other things, but they're definitely actively working on repairing and taking care of the property.
Okay. Mr. Daniel, you want to state your name for the record?
Yeah, sure. My name is Samuel W. Daniel.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 28 days or face the fines?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I want to make sure I understand exactly what's being asked of me, though, before we.
Sure.
We've taken great efforts so far to bring the property into compliance, and that also includes, we're in the process of evicting the tenant who has on several occasions been the cause of complaints being lodged on the property. And we decided the best course of action for us and the property as well as the neighborhood is to ask the tenant to move elsewhere. They have agreed to move and will be doing so within the next 30 days. But just to make sure it happens, we are in the eviction process.
Okay, what is it that you don't understand in terms of the violations?
Well, I just want to make sure I know which things we have left to do and what the fines are after 28 days if we don't do them.
What I have here is that the stump is complied, so you don't have to do anything about that. And the right-of-way improvement permit, that's complied as well?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, so all the remaining violations still need to be addressed. And they are requesting 28 days or face a fine of $100 a day, with the exception of the unlawful removal of a tree without a permit. You have 28 days to get that permit or face a fine of $200 a day. That's
Okay.
what the city has requested.
Okay, the story on that tree is a little baffling to us because at a previous inspection, the tree was noticed to be dead, and we believe it was hit by lightning, and we were told to remove the tree, and we did. And at the time, nothing got said about having to ask for a permit in order to remove the tree. It wasn't until after we removed the tree, after being told to remove it, that we learned we were supposed to have gotten a permit in order to do so.
Inspector, were you aware of that?
I spoke to Mr. Your property manager, Mr. Butler. He informed me that as of yesterday, when I informed him of what the violations were going to be, he said he didn't, the tree was hit by lightning. I said, if he had documentation or proof that the tree was struck by lightning, then maybe we can assist with that. But he says he would have to go back and look. He believes he may have some pictures. I said, well, if he can provide evidence and documentation, then I'll provide that information to my supervisors and we'll see what we have to do. But we need proof that it was struck by lightning.
Well, whether it was struck by
One second.
lightning or
Mr.
what.
Wait 1 second, supervisor wants to weigh in.
Supervisor Bass for the city of Fort Lauderdale. I just want to bring it to everyone's attention that prior to bringing a case to a magistrate hearing for a permit for asking for additional days, that they've already been granted 60 days prior to us even bringing it forward to a hearing in order to get the after the fact permit. If it was struck by lightning and it needed to be removed, they would still have to go to the landscaping department to determine whether or not the permit was required or whether it was not. So they had a 60-day time frame in order to get that, that confirmed whether or not they needed a permit or not. So now we're at the back end of it. So now we're still giving an additional 28 days for them to still go through the permitting process in order to get the permit they need. And if they don't need a permit at the time, when they go through the permitting department, the case will be complied.
Okay. All right, did you understand that, Mr. Daniel?
Well, I think so. So I've got 28 days to request and receive a permit for removing a tree that we've already removed, correct?
After the fact permit.
Yeah, it's what we call it after the fact permit.
And what will usually happen on Magistrate and for the owner's information as well, is that when you go through that permitting process, they will more than likely tell you what is required, what type of mitigation is required. It may require paying into a tree fund or something of that sort, but they'll give him the guidance once he goes through the proper procedure of applying for it.
Okay,
Okay, all right, so then we need to apply for this permit, the after the fact permit. We know we have to pave the driveway, which it would have been done by now, but for the rain that happened then I think there's still some debris around the property. Is that it?
That is correct.
Okay, fabulous.
okay. All right, if you have any questions, you should have, a list of all your violations that should have gone to you. If you have any questions about them after this hearing, you can contact the inspector.
Okay, very good. We've been in contact with him already. He's been very helpful and cooperative and easy to get in contact with, and we certainly will be back in contact with him as needed.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 26. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 230701666. Case address 100 Northwest H Street, owner 100 Northwest H Street LLC. Posted at property 8923, posted at City Hall 81723. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? I do.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Barros for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 230701666 for the property located at 100 Northwest A Street. Inspection of the property was performed on July 6, 2023 and cited for the following violations. 18-1, the found tree, shrubbery, and limbs at this property, which is creating a public nuisance, is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or have a rodent, vermin, or wild animals. This may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, threaten and endanger the public health, or may adversely affect or impair the economic growth of adjacent properties. Special Magistrate, this is a recurring violation, and this case is presented before you because of the prior case CE 2306015, whether it comes into compliance before this hearing or not. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on July 6th, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property manager, and we have spoken how to come into compliance. Special Magistrate request form sent on July 17th, scheduled for today's Special Master. Pre-hearing inspection was performed on August 28th, and the pictures presented here were to confirm that the violation has been complied. Your Honor, as stated before, this case is only a finding of fact. But today we have the property owner with us.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Linda Duku.
Okay, apparently that you have complied the property and we appreciate that. They're just asking for a finding of fact because this is a recurring violation and this has happened before. What that means is that if it happens again, then you will be fined.
What I'd like to state in regards to the reoccurring, there was an issue back in June 12th, where there was a couch and sofa left at the corner of the property. So as soon as I received the code enforcement letter, I called my lawn guy on June 12th to say, hey, there's a sofa and a mattress out there. You need to get it clean. In regards to the tree, I hire someone once a year to prune the trees because they grow slanted towards the roof. So anytime before hurricane season, I hire someone to prune the trees that's leaning on top of the roof. So this year, same guy that I hired, he pruned the trees and should have had it picked up for the same day. He didn't, something happened to his truck or no, it was raining. We had rain every day. So he didn't do it and he kept putting it off. So as of before I even received the notice from Mr. Gustavo, I have text message trail from July 5th, July 6th, July 6 again, like throughout the day, July 10th, July 12th, July 13th, July 14th, July 15th, that I text the guy, you need to pick this up, I don't wanna get fined, before he even sent the notice.
Let me just stop you there, because unfortunately, a lot of property owners come in front of me and say, it was, I hired somebody to do it and they didn't do it, or my tenant did it, or whatever, but the way the law is written, it's the property owner's responsibility, so regardless of the fact that you were diligent in trying to get this guy to pick it up, it's still ultimately your responsibility.
But I understand that. I'm just giving you the explanation that I did make contact with the gentleman. I did follow up, which I paid him to prune the trees and pick up the trees. So when I noticed that it was within 6 days before the 10-day notice was up, I called someone else, hired them, which I have to text for him also to come pick it up. So it was picked up before the 10th day. So as for that, I'm a corner property, and on that corner property, I've had it for 10 years. I own many other properties in the community, and I've dealt with code enforcement since 1991, because I've owned property on there. So anytime there is an issue or there is garbage, I immediately get it done. And
Okay.
sometimes I have to wait for the people that you hire to come do it. First person didn't do it, I hired someone else, and I immediately had to go pay him extra money to get it removed. So
One second. Her testimony is that she did it timely in the amount of time you gave her, the 10 days, it was done.
That is correct, Your Honor, yes.
the violation still existed, yeah. So it still has to have a finding of fact
Okay,
that the violation did exist.
okay.
Which I understand that the violation existed, I'm just saying that they say that, so it says nuisance, but that, when there is a violation, I address it immediately, it's out of my control when people dump at the corner, the tree shrubs was my problem. But the other times when they dump when they dump mattresses and so forth, it always happens, and I usually beat it before.
And we appreciate that you try to be on top of your properties, but in this situation, they're asking for a finding of fact whether the violation existed, and the violation did exist. So I have no alternative but to grant the finding of fact. So hopefully it won't happen again. You won't need to be here again, but that's my ruling. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Case, it's on page 13. Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number PE 230700256, case address 2091 Southwest 36 Terrace. Owner Walbert DeJour, posted at property 8923, posted at City Hall 81723.
Hello? Hello?
Morning.
Hey,
Good morning.
I saw, but I'm having a little problem.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good morning, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer for case CE 230700256 2091 Southwest 36 Terrace. An inspection was conducted at the property on 7/10/23 and the following violation observed. 1812A, there is overgrowth on this property and or its swale. Other violations were cited but did come into compliance before the compliance deadline. This is a repeat of case CE 20120916, and as such, city is requesting to impose fines of $150 per day for the 7 days that the property was out of violation, totaling $1,050.
Sir, please state, yes, sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Reginald Compere. I'm the second owner of the property, and Wilbert Dujour is online, but he cannot log in, so I'm talking for him.
Okay. It appears that 2 of the violations have already been complied. Wait 1 second, sir.
Okay, no problem.
Who are you again, sir?
Reginald Compere. I'm the second owner of the property.
There's
We have to confirm your ownership because we have it down as only, Robert Bajor.
Okay, I have all those documents. I don't know if I can send it to you or if I can come back down or whatever, but Robert is trying to log in, but he cannot
Well,
speak, he's muted.
Right, unfortunately, the city is required to go by the property records as listed
Okay.
with the Broward County Property Appraiser.
Okay,
And the property appraiser only evidences one one owner, sorry.
yeah, so we have a deed together, but it's just not recorded, because.
Then you're not the recognized
Yeah,
property owner.
I think I have to log out and you have to log in. Can I do that? Ma'am, can I log out and see if he can log in?
All right, we can recall you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, thanks. Let me do that. Thank you.
All right.
The next case, also page 13, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 23060043. Case address 3420 Riverland Road, owner John David Stevens, posted at property 8923. Okay, he's not here. Move on. Next case is page 1. Inspector Philip Left-Hand, Robert Sarowitz presenting case number FC 23060006, case address 432 Southeast 20th Street, owner 432 Southeast 20th Street LLC, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 81723.
This way on that.
Okay.
Mr. Cohen, will you please unmute your mic? Good morning. Will you both please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do. Yes. Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Sarowitz presenting for Philip Lehans on case number FC 23060006 for property address of 432 Southeast 20th Street. Property reside in reference to NFPA 101-7.10.5.2.1. The exit sign does not illuminate as designed. That violation is complied. Property was also cited in reference to municipal order section 13.58, section B. The fire protection system report required to be submitted to the fire department has not been submitted electronically to the compliance engine. I visited the property the other day, and not only is the fire alarm system past due for certification, there is no power to it, and it looks like it's been inoperable for a period of time.
What are you requesting?
At this time, we're requesting $100 a day for compliance.
Okay, gentlemen, please state your names for the record. One of you is.
Aubrey Odom.
Okay,
My name is Moshe Cohen.
okay.
I'm the owner of the property.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, do you agree to bring the property into compliance within 28 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Can we get a little more time? We had a flood at the property and a fire alarm got damaged. We tried to get parts to repair it. It was impossible. The alarm panel is too old. We are in a process of getting a permit to install a new fire alarm panel. And if we can get 60 days, I will appreciate it.
Okay. Inspector, what's your position on more time?
Do you have a contract currently right now with a fire alarm company for the replacement and obtain permits?
Yes,
Sir,
actually,
I am,
he's online right now, Mr. Aubrey Autumn.
Do you know approximately
yeah.
how long that process is gonna take?
I mean, it's a small building. It shouldn't take more than, you know, a couple days, I would say a week, worst case, to swap everything out. The only delay we're gonna come into is, you know, anything maybe permitting that or something that's unforeseen. I mean, I don't see it being an issue for 28 days, but I would like to see if we can get 60 just in case, you know, there's anything that we didn't expect.
Well, in order to keep it moving forward, let's stick with the 28 days with a mandatory order for reappearance, and you can update the court here as to what you've done with past 28 days from that point.
Okay, yeah, we are in for permit as well.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I'm gonna grant the 28 days. And if you run into a problem within that 28 days, you can always contact the inspector and request an extension, okay?
Okay.
Very well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and in order to reappear.
In order to reappear.
Yeah, okay, on my docket of September 28th. Okay, if you get it all done before then,
Okay.
then you won't have to repeat and contact the inspector to inspect. And it's complied, you won't have to reappear. Okay,
Will do. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
all right,
All right.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next case, page 3. Inspector Philip Lahens, Robert Sarwich presenting case number FC 2306-0014, case address 312 Northwest 7th Street. Owner 312 Northwest 7th Street LLC, posted at property 8223, posted at City Hall 81723.
Sir?
Good morning. Will you both please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Sarwich presenting case FC 2306-0014 for the property address of 312 Northwest 7th Street. This case was originally brought forward by Philip Lahens, and looking at the history on it, we did have an inspection back on the property back a few years, but our inspectors have had a hard time getting back in for verifying if any of the violations have come into compliance. So the case is presented with the violations of NFPA 101, 7.2.1.5.3, locks provided in the means of egress require a tool, a key, a tool, or special knowledge or effort to operate from the egress side. Also, NFPA 101, 7.9.2.1, the emergency light does not illuminate as designed. NFPA 101, 7.10.5.2.1, the exit sign does not illuminate as designed. NFPA 1, 4.5.8.6, the fire alarm system has not been tested, inspected, or tagged in accordance with the code. NFPA 1, 13.6.4.3.2.1, the fire extinguishers have not been serviced or tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. And lastly, F-103 2.5 from the Broward County Board of Rules and Appeals, which is to grant us access to perform the fire safety inspection so we can verify if any of these violations have been corrected from the past and previous years.
Okay, all right, and what's your recommendation?
right now, I'd like to see what is the issue with being able to get us in to verify.
Okay, can you two, state your names for the record?
Yes, my name is Eric Malinaski. I'm one of the owners of 312 Northwest 7th Street LLC.
Okay, can you explain to the inspector why he hasn't been able to gain entry to do a fire inspection?
Yes, so Hector, he's our property manager. He's going to explain that to you guys.
Okay,
Good morning, everyone. Hector Michelena. Yes, we have been trying, after my boss bought the property, we rent the property to a new owner or new tenant. And that's when we get the violation and the hearing. We have been trying to get into the property to get the all the companies to do the whole repairs that we need, but it's a church, so they open mostly during weekends, and these companies doesn't work during weekends, or they go also after 5. So finally, after back and forth, we're getting 3 of the 5 violations. And the other one for the locks is going to be done tomorrow, but the fire alarm system is taking a little bit more time. They are available to go the 13th, September 13th. That's when they are available to go. Sentry Security is the company. So yeah, we have been dealing with a little bit with the tenants mostly to get in.
okay. Inspector, recommendation?
Hearing the testimony from the respondent over here, it sounds like in order for 28 days to come into compliance would meet his timeframes. If there are violations that are corrected, you can contact us. We'll do another inspection out there. We'll take those violations off of the list. Be sure that you have my contact information where you can reach out to me and we can schedule something back on the property. So we're going to recommend 28 days or $100 a day per violation.
Okay, any objection, gentlemen?
No, not at all. Thank you. Mr. Philip has been very helpful to guide us with this. So
Okay.
28 is more than enough time.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, especially with the church. This is a safety violation and they have congregations that are in there. And so this needs to be addressed.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 4. Inspector Philippe Lahin, Robert Kasarowitz presenting case number FC 23060015, case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner Dora Gallery at Beach Place LLC and care of Ryan LLC, Davina Tavares. Personal service on 8223, posted at City Hall 81723.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kasarowitz with Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office here to present case FC 23060015 for the property address is 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. If we can, I have a long list of violations that are on this case, but let me start with the last violation on page 5, only because we're going to withdraw that.
Okay,
And that is going to be F-111.1.3. The smoke control system has not been certified annually by a Broward County licensed test and balance company. As I stated, that's being withdrawn, not because it's in compliance, but because that violation has already been cited on a previous case of FC 20090015. It currently has fines running for that violation on that case.
okay.
A few of these violations that I'll note will be repeat violations from that previous case that did previously come into compliance, but again, during our annual inspections have noted that they've come back out of compliance. And we'll start from the top of the list on page 4 with NFPA 13.3.1.1. The fire sprinkler system is in need of service. Again, that's a repeat violation. NFPA 1.7.7.2. Trouble alarm is showing on the fire alarm panel. That's a repeat violation. NFPA 101.7.2.1.8.1, self-closing and automatic closing doors. Don't self-close and latch. That is a repeat violation. NFPA 1.10.18.7, to remove the fuel equipment, including but not limited to motorcycles, mopeds, lawn care equipment, and portable cooking equipment from the building, has complied.
Okay.
NFPA 11.1.2.2, the electrical wiring is not for NFPA 70 National Electric Code. That is a repeat violation. NFPA 101.7.10.5.2.1, the exit signs do not illuminate as designed. That is a repeat violation. NFPA 1.12.3.3.1, the required fire resistant construction, including fire barriers, fire walls, exterior walls, due to the location of the property, fire resistant equipment requirements based on the type of construction, draft stop penetrations, and roof coverings have not been maintained or have been damaged, altered, breached, penetrated, removed, or improperly installed. That is a current violation for this case. NFPA 1.13.3.1.1, discussion rings are missing. That is complied. NFPA 110.8.4.8, there's no record of a passing operational test being conducted in accordance with NFPA 110 chapter 8.4 operational inspections and testing. That's for the generator. That is complied. NFPA 113.4.8, the fire pump does not function as designed or installed. That is complied. NFPA 101.7.2.1.8.1, doors that are required to be kept closed are being held open. That's a repeat violation and still exists. And the last violation, which we started with, which has been withdrawn.
Okay.
I visited the property yesterday for the first time on this case because I'm taking this case over from Philip Lahans. I did meet with the new property management company that's out there, and did have a phone conversation with the legal counsel that's representing today for Mr. Tolbrook. And we went over the violations. There is a different property manager that is out on the site currently right now that I met with. She is very well organized and has laid out a complete list of every violation, the contractors that they've obtained, and timeframes in order to come into compliance with each violation.
Okay.
Currently, right now, speaking with the fire marshal, the only reason this building is really staying open right now is because it has a fire sprinkler system in it that's operational. So if anything in the future happens with that, he can be sure that this building will probably be closed by the fire marshal's office. Many of these items come into play with, and I had videos and I had some pictures and I haven't seen them come up on here, but issues with like the fire alarm system with the troubles that are showing on it. Walking the property yesterday, I did find that the fire alarm panel is clear and showing no troubles that are on it. However, finding devices that are completely missing, where wires have been what we call T-tapped, so that the electronic monitoring of the integrity of the wiring of the system that normally the fire alarm system does as a function of its inherent design has been bypassed.
Yeah, that doesn't make me happy.
Also, smoke detectors that are no longer communicating with the panel that we're finding, which may or may not have been altered through the programming to eliminate that loop and those devices that are on there. We did speak with the fire alarm contractor, which is a new contractor from the previous. Again, property management has taken a hold of the previous violations. It seems like they have obtained services from new contractors throughout this project.
Okay.
The new fire alarm contractor will also be installing the new fire alarm system, and there is a permit application that's on file currently right now to have that work done. And that is going to be under permit number FIR-ALARM 2306001. It has not been issued, but it is under review right now and waiting for probably some comments or something to move forward on it. The new fire alarm contractor did not disagree with my analysis of the integrity of the wiring and what is going on currently right now. There is new construction that's going on for tenant build outs in there, so we can understand where those items might be bypassed for the areas of construction that are in there. But for the other areas, we find it unacceptable. The timeframes that are currently laid out right now, many of these items look like they have timeframes of coming into compliance in this current month. But there are some that probably would go utilizing their timeframes into a 90-day timeframe. So currently, and I don't know if you want to hear from Mr. Tilbrook here first, but we're going to recommend just the 91 days. And because most of these are reoccurring violations, normally I would come here and I would ask you for $100 a day, but we're looking for $250 a day on this case. And I will not be supporting any additional time extensions as we did in the previous cases, where we knew that the conditions and the issues out of this building didn't occur overnight, and that these violations weren't going to be corrected overnight. But again, we're back here with a different case with repeat violations, and I can't support any additional time beyond the 90 days utilizing their timeframes that they've laid out.
Okay, so 91 days or
91 days.
$250 a day thereafter.
Correct.
Okay, sir, can you please state your name for the record?
Good morning, Stephen Tilbrook with Ackerman Law Firm representing the property owner.
Is your client in agreement with the 91 days or face a fine of $250 a day thereafter?
Our client is in support of the 91-day continuance. We're doing our best to bring this property into compliance. It's a complex property with a lot of tenants and a lot of people coming in and out, and it's an older building in a corrosive environment. So it does take a lot of effort to keep it in compliance. We did bring all of these violations except for one into compliance last year, and now some of them have reappeared, and it's part of just the building getting older and the tenants not being respectful of the building. We're going to do our best to bring it into compliance. We think we can. I have one question. Not all of these are repeat violations. My question is, the $250 a day fine, is that per violation? And if it is, I would expect that to be for the repeat violations and not the new violations.
It is per day is what the recommendation is. And
Per violation.
Per violation.
Per
I'm sorry,
violation.
per violation. I misspoke. Per violation, per day. And that's the recommendation from the city. I haven't ruled yet.
And can that
Again,
$250 be issued for new violations that are not repeat violations?
Well, when I consider fines, I consider the history of the property and everything that's gone on in the property. And it's my opinion that it's not unreasonable to request that, because there's so many people go to this place. It's a safety violation. And I want to get their attention that they have 91 days. And I'm also going to issue an order to reappear in the event that it is not complied before the 91 days.
Thank you for that clarification. We're doing our best. I expect to be fully in compliance, or maybe I'm just giving you a heads up. There may be one item that is going to be difficult to get compliant within 91 days, and that's there's some repairs to the sprinkler system that because of equipment and timing and phasing may take a little bit longer than 91 days, but we're
Well,
doing our best.
I can give you a hint. If you're really diligent, you can contact the inspector and request an extension if it's just one more thing. If
Okay.
everything else is done and you know, we've seen more diligence than we seem to have had in the past, then maybe we'll work with you.
And I'll
All right.
speak on
Thank
behalf
you, Your
of the time frame that he's speaking of and the condition of the sprinkler system and their proposal. And for the record, let me just state their proposal. This includes for the ground floor, 3,600 feet of corroded pipe that needs to be replaced.
Yeah.
The second level, 3,200 feet of corroded pipe that needs to be replaced. The third level, 2,730 feet of corroded pipe. And on the fourth level, they're also listing 2,765 feet of corroded pipe and fittings and couplings that need to be replaced.
Yeah, and that's the order to reappear because I want to keep you guys on my radar.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ronnie.
Next case, page 41. Inspector Evan Oates. Leonard Champagne presenting case number CE 23060769. Case address 1400 Southeast Second Street. Owner Kenneth Nunez, Rachel Christine Patika, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 81723.
Good morning,
Good
Ron.
morning.
Hold on, we gotta get this together. Funding.
Good morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case for Officer Evan Oak, case CE 230600769, property address 1400 Southeast Second Street. This property was initially inspected on June 28, 2023, and the following violation was observed. 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspection was conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, August 26, 2023, and the following violation remains 15272A as depicted in the photos. And to update that, Your Honor, right before the hearing, I also looked in the advertisement. It's still out advertising the property. The city is requesting 14 days to come into compliance or a fine of $250 per day thereafter be imposed.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Rachel Christine Patika.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 14 days or face a fine of $250 a day?
Yes.
Okay, that's wonderful. So make sure that if you do not get the certificate in time, that you take that advertisement down, because that's the other way that you can comply the property.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Also, Your Honor, just to bring up that when we say come into compliance, this also shows on the correction on the violation that you must show that you remove the ad if you're going to do that. Not put it on what they call snooze, that you can go in for 5 minutes and remove it. It has to be showed with ads say they have been removed from, and they'll usually send an email to you telling you that, and you present that to us to deactivate it.
Do you understand that?
Yes, you need proof that I deactivate my account if I am not compliant within 14 days.
Correct, deactivate.
Yes.
Deactivate. Okay. The last notice I received is that on September 7th, I should be having an inspection date to set up my inspection with Leonard Champagne. So that was the email I received a few days ago.
Okay, yeah, if I have that, I'll get in touch with you and we'll schedule an appointment for you.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, also page 41. Inspector Evan Oaks, Leonard Champagne presenting case number CE 230600945, case address 1609 Southwest 14th Street. Owner Larry Thomas Jones Jr. posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 81723.
Good morning, Mr. Jones. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good morning, Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case for Officer Evan Oaks. Presenting case CE 23060945, property address 1609 Southwest 14th Street. Property was initially inspected on June 29, 2023, and the following violation was observed. 15272A, the property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, August 26, 2023, and the following violation remains: 152272A as depicted on the photo. Again, Your Honor, I just checked it right before the hearing and it's still an active ad. Okay, or listing. The city is requesting 14 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day thereafter be imposed.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Larry Jones.
Okay, Mr. Jones, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 14 days or face a fine of $250 a day?
Absolutely. Yeah, I've already submitted the necessary documents to the Department of Sustainable Housing. I think that's the department that requested everything. And they've approved me. So I'm just pending one more item in order to get my certificate of compliance.
Okay, so you should be in good shape to get it done in 14 days. If you don't, make sure you take that ad down.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right.
Now, listen, the last issue that needs to be rectified is a violation for no permits. We replaced the kitchen in there, and they're asking us to do permitting after the fact permitting, which will take more than 14 days. So
you're going to have to take that ad down then, sir.
Can I explain to him, Your Honor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Okay, sir, on this, if you have a permit open, you can't, if you won't be approved for a certificate if you have a permit open. That could take quite a bit of time. Okay, what my suggestion would be is any ad or ads you have, they have to be deactivated. If you look at your corrective action on your violation, deactivated means you have to go to your ads, get that, they'll send you an email said this has been deactivated. You know what I mean by put on snooze, not put on snooze, but actually deactivated.
right, okay. No, I don't know, but I can figure it out. I'll just go through the app.
Okay, make sure you send the inspector your proof of deactivation. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Within the next 14 days. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good
going back to page 13, recalling case number CE 230700256, case address 2091 Southwest 36th Terrace. Owner Robert DeJour, posted at property 8923, posted at City Hall 81723, Inspector Marco Aguilera.
Good morning, will you please raise your right hand?
Hold on, I can't wait. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Please state your name for the record.
Wilbert Dejo?
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, for case and address as read. An inspection was conducted at the property on 7/10/23 and the following violation was observed. 1812A, there is overgrowth on this property and or swale. Other violations were cited but did come into compliance before the compliance deadline. This is a repeat of case CE 20120916, and as such, the city requesting to impose fines at $150 per day for the 7 days that the property was out of violation, totaling $1,050.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
All right. Do you understand that the city's asking me to impose a fine of $1,050 because of the recurring nature of the violation, which consists of overgrowth and basically not cutting your lawn and keeping the property in a neat appearance?
No, I just been away and the property has been empty. I mean, nobody's been living there pretty much. It's been empty. And I was away and I'm just now finding out what's going on. You know, I don't know, is there any, you know, what I need to do to take care of that, or it's usually is my other partner that take care of this and we were away for this.
Okay.
So
The property has many violations under a previous case that's been open since 2020 that the property owner refuses to fix. He's got over $40,000 in liens in the property that have been imposed.
40,000?
It's been a track record of non-compliance in this property.
Okay, I'm gonna impose the fine.
40,000, right?
Yeah, that's not in front of me today, but you should look into that.
Okay. I mean, why are you imposing a fine if we can just go take care of that?
Because it's a repeat violation, and whether you're out of town or not, you have an obligation under the code to keep up your property.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them you pay up, we paid the people just took the money, that's why they were fired.
Okay, my partner is just telling me now he's been paying them people to take care of it and they never did. So I mean, it's just on my phone.
Then you need to take it up with them. All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
You got someone.
Our next case is on page 25, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 230600014, case address 720 Northwest 4th Avenue, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Through His Grace 2 LLC, posted at property 8923, posted at City Hall 817.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Will you both please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, we do. I do.
Good morning, Special Magistrate Gus Brothers for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 23060014 for the property located at 720 Northwest Fourth Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on June 1st and cited for the following violations. 47-19.4.d.1 has complied. 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on the property. Your Honor, this is a recurring violation, and in this case will be presented towards you because of the prior case CE 22010094, whether or not it comes into compliance before today's special master. 9-305B has complied. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on June 1st of this year, allowing 15 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property representatives. Special master request form sent on July 6th and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on August 28th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations have been brought into compliance.
All of them?
All of them, yes. Okay. Special master, this is a case only for a finding of fact today.
Okay, please state your names for the record.
Paola Villate, I'm the property manager.
My name is Joshua Rizzo Patron, property manager.
Okay, all right, so the city is asking me not to fine you today, but just to make a finding of fact that the recurring violation, which is the trash, rubbish, and debris on the property. And do you have any objection to that?
No, we cleared the dumpster around July 15. By July 19th, we had all the violations cleared regarding the rubbish. And right now the property is vacant. But yeah, so since July 19th, we took care of all these. The dumpster is gone. Now we have regular bins.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that, but in light of the fact that the violation did exist and it's a recurring violation, I'm entering a finding of fact that the violation existed. I will not fine you today, but you can be fined if it happens again, okay?
Okay,
Your Honor, if I may, given the fact that the property is vacant, I strongly suggest that the property managers actually go out there on a regular basis, since the neighbors actually may know that this is vacant and they might start throwing their trash on their property. Even though it may not be their trash on their property, they are still responsible for whatever trash it is seen. So I strongly suggest, even though it's vacant, to please have it monitored on a regular basis.
Do you understand that?
I do.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yes, and
Okay.
twice a week I'm stopping there. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank
Have
you.
a nice day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, thank you.
Next case, page 27, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23060899, case address 722 Northwest Second Avenue, owner Community 8 Properties LLC, posted at property 8923, posted at City Hall 81723.
Page 27.
Go around.
Yep.
Morning, will you please unmute your mic? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Special Master Gus Brackens for the city of Fort Lauderdale, sending case number CE 23060899 for the property located at 722 Northwest Second Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on June 27th, cited for the following violation. 47-19.4.D.8. There's a dumpster enclosure that is not maintained at this location. The enclosure is in state of disrepair. The door is missing and is not placed on its hinges. This is a recurring violation, and this case will be presented to you for prior case CE 2303-1000, whether or not it comes into compliance before the special master. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on June 27th, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property representatives. Special magistrate request form sent on July 11th and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on August 28th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation has been brought into compliance. Again, special magistrate, this case is only for a finding of fact.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Goran Dragoslovic.
Okay, welcome back.
Hi. Hi. Yeah.
Okay, do you have any objection to the finding of fact? He's not asking me to fine you. He's just asking me to issue a finding of fact so that if it happens again in the future, you will be fined automatically.
Yes, but I really appreciate, an inspector is great. He was working with me. What happens is now that Fort Lauderdale has waste management, they pretty much have my monopoly. So I've been begging them to be careful when they opened, and you can see my evidence. I did replace 3 times the gate because they keep damaging the guys when they pull the dumpster out. They don't get out of the car. They don't care if the door is there. They just pull the dumpster out. And I just you can see in my evidence, in my pictures, that I've been cooperating, and I put like a metal stronger gate, and I don't know what else to do. I mean, they're just damaging the enclosure gate, not enclosure, but just the gate when they, I just want you to be lenient because it's not really my fault. This is the 3rd gate I replaced, and every time we have a problem, we go to that property every morning to clean around. So, I'm doing everything in my power to keep a gate from not being damaged.
Okay, well, I have to make the finding of fact because the violation did in fact exist. However, with you being there every day, I'm sure you'll get warning of it. And I can't give you legal advice, but you need to address this with waste management, that they need to stop damaging your property.
Yeah, I already did, but thank you very much. I just want inspector to understand and to be lenient in the future. If he sees anything, if he can inform me the same day, we will fix the gate, because they come at 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, and that's when they empty the dumpster. And sometimes I go there every day, but sometimes I miss it. So, but anyhow, I really, really appreciate that.
Okay,
And I
thank you,
appreciate all
sir.
the inspectors.
Thank you.
He also has another case, page 7, Inspector Bernstein Thankford, case number CE 23010568, case address 444 Northwest 21st Avenue, owner Community 8 Properties LLC, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 81723. 444 Northwest 21st Avenue.
Good morning, Inspector Bernstein, Senior Inspector, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 23010568, property address 444 Northwest 21st Ave. This property was inspected in January 21st, 2023, given 20 days to comply. As of today, all violations were in compliance on March 28, 2023. For the record, this is it's a recurrent violation, so it's going to be 47-34.1.8.1. There is an illegal land use occurring at this property, outdoor storage observed, which includes but not limited to furniture, coolers, wood on the property front yard. This is the recurrent violation referred to case CE 21111-0681. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9305B. Landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well kept appearance. Area of dead and missing ground cover are observed throughout the front yard, including the swell. This is a recurrent violation referred to case CE 211110681. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained or areas of the exterior fascia and roof that have been stained with filling paint. This is a recurrent violation referred to case CE 211110681. This case will be presented to the special magistrate in a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9304B, gravel driveway on the swell of some property not being maintained. Gravel is worn into weeds going through it. This is a recurrent violation referred to case CE 211110681. This case will be presented to the special magistrate taking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date.
In a case sentence.
9280H1. Chain link fence at this property is not being maintained as required. I would like to enter the footer that's evidence that should violation has depicted. Like I said, this is the recurrent violation, just to put it for the record.
Okay, sir, please state your name again.
Gordon Dragoslovic.
Okay, same situation here. They're requesting a finding of fact, but they're not requesting any fines. Do you have any objection to my entering a finding of fact that the violations existed?
Existed, yeah.
Yeah, we appreciate your diligence in getting them complied, but
And
they are occurring.
I want to comment on all the inspectors. They've been really great and they're really nice to work with. And I'm happy with all the inspectors.
Oh, that's very kind of you, sir. We agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I have another question to ask. There was another case. I don't know if you have it, 651 North Andrews, or that was taken off. I just want to make sure that is because I don't want to disconnect and then you call my name and I'm not here.
It's complied. That case is complied, sir.
Okay, because we send us an evidence that the case was complied. Okay, thank you very much, and everybody have a wonderful day.
You too, sir.
Thanks, bye-bye.
Next case, page 32. Inspector Bovary Danted, Supervisor Developer presenting. Case number CP 2206032, case address 416 Northwest 15th Avenue. Owner Christina Feliciano, posted at property 81123, posted at City Hall 81723.
Good morning, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Julio Dowd, Co-Compliance Supervisor, presenting on behalf of Bovary Xantis, Co-Compliance Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Reference to the aforementioned case and address is read. This property was first inspected on June 15, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale. 9-304B complied. The city is requesting 28 days to correct the violation or a fine of $50 per day be imposed. Photos are
Okay,
attached in violation as depicted.
all right. Please state your name for the record.
Sure, my name is Christina Feliciano.
Okay, Ms. Feliciano, are you in agreement to bring this property into compliance within the next 20 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
Yes, ma'am, it's actually already in compliance. I have grass growing in that area. We put down some soil. Home Depot didn't have any sod, so we put down the seeds, and thanks to the rain, it's already growing. I've submitted that picture to you guys as well. I did speak with the inspector. He was great. I let him know that the city keeps parking on there. I have pictures of it. And then when the bulk trash comes in, they scoop up everything. So he gave me some tips and some advice on how to make sure to, you know, that doesn't happen in the future. So we should be good.
Ms. Feliciano, I'd just like to advise you that since the compliance date is going to be 28 days, I doubt that the seeds will probably grow and you'll be in full compliance by then. So I would definitely look into obtaining some sod somewhere and placing it there so you can be in compliance.
We placed it last week. There's actually fresh soil that's being watered daily. So I sent the picture so you guys can see it's actually growing.
Soil or sod? Grass? You planted grass there?
We put soil and there's already grass growing. I have sent the pictures of the grass growing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, if it doesn't get to the, you know, every single little patch in time of what you need, I'll get the sod, but it's literally growing right now.
Okay, just so long as you understand what your responsibility is, the ground has to be covered.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. I completely understand.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
You too.
Thank you too.
Next case, page 34, Inspector Bovary Mantis, Supervisor Davila presenting case number CE 2303-1029, case address 1212 Northwest 15th Street, owner George Vines, posted at property 81023, posted at City Hall 81723.
Good morning, Mr. Vines. Will you please unmute your mic?
Good morning.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Compliance Supervisor Davila presenting the aforementioned case and address on behalf of Co-Compliance Officer Bovary Xantis for the city of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected on April 1st, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-305, subsection B complied. 9-304, subsection B complied. 9-280, subsection H1. The chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. Part of the fence is falling, broken, and disconnected. Notice of hearing was posted on the property on August 10th, 2023, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 23rd, 2023, which revealed the property as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 56 days to correct all violations or a fine of $50 per violation per each day thereafter.
I have the fence as complied. Is that not the case?
We sent pictures when we sent pictures of the fence and also in the swell.
Okay, so wait a second, just state your name for the record.
George Vines.
Okay, the supervisor's checking on whether the.
Yes, ma'am, you are correct. Yes, I have it updated as well on my agenda. My apologies.
Okay, All right, sir, can you bring the rest of the property into compliance within the next 56 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
I have my agent here, Mr. Lorenzo Allen. He can, because he's been dealing with this, he can speak, he can swear.
Yes.
Who is this person?
Mr. Lorenzo Allen, that's my property manager / agent.
Okay, he needs to be sworn in and I need to see him.
All right, can you see me?
Yeah, not really.
All right, how about now?
Okay, I can see you now. State your name for the record.
Lorenzo Allen?
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I am.
Okay, sir, can you get this property into compliance within 56 days as requested by the city?
Okay, now what needed to be put in compliance? Because we painted the front of the house already. We brought everything to compliance, to my understanding. So what do they need?
I'll let the supervisor go over the remaining violations one more time.
Okay.
So the property was painted, all the areas that required to be painted was painted?
Yeah.
When was that done?
It was done a while back, because you had told me, I think it was done by, what? Probably about a week ago, before we did the fence.
The inspector observed that it was not completed, but what you can do is you can contact me and we can go back out and re-inspect the property.
Okay, so.
What about the driveway? And the driveway, sir? Has that been completed?
They've been completed.
All right, I'm going to grant the city's request for 56 days so that you can make an appointment to have it re-inspected, and hopefully we'll get it complied then. Okay?
Yes, I spoke to the inspector before, because he told me the driveway was in compliance.
Okay, all right, we'll make sure of that within the next 56 days.
All right, then.
Thank you, sir.
I give him a call. I give him a call and ask him to meet me out there, because apparently he's not looking at the stuff I call him.
Okay, perfect. That's very good, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Next case, page 48, Inspector Bovary Xantus, Supervisor DeVille presenting case number CE 221205887, case address 1143 Northwest 18th Street. Owner Nikita Bryant. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/29/23 and 7/27/23. 3 sections not complied at $25 per day, $4,025 approved. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Yeah, not here.
Right here. Next case, page 49. Inspector Bovary Xantus, Supervisor DeVille presenting case number CE 211000181, case address 2016 Northwest 13th Avenue. Owner Jack E. and Willie D. Holman. This case was first heard 8/25/22 to comply by 10/27/22. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section complied at $25 per day, $1,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Willie Holman.
Good morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Code Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila presenting the aforementioned case and property address on behalf of Inspector Bovary Xantus for the city of Fort Lauderdale. This case appeared before the magistrate 4 times total in the past. First on August 25th, 2022, and the property owner was granted 63 days to comply. A second time on November 9th, 2022, and a 91-day extension was granted. A third time on March 30th, 2023, where an additional 91 days was granted. And lastly, on June 29th, 2023, where a final 28 days extension was granted. At this time, all violations are in compliance, and we're requesting an administrative cost of $490.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Rhonda Hallman.
Okay, are you in agreement with a reduction to city costs of $490?
So it's my parents' home, and what needed to be done, you had to pay $13,000 for the roof. For the debris that was up there to cause the violation was a quick fix, but that wasn't good enough for the city, so we had to replace the roof, and they're on the fixed income. So I am asking, I know it's reduction, which I appreciate, from $1,000, but there's no way they can afford that. Everything we had for $13,000 to replace the roof.
I'll leave it to your discretion. We're not opposed to whatever order you'd like to.
Okay, I'll reduce it to $150.
Okay. And what's the time frame for them to pay that?
You'll get an order in the mail.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Next case, page 55. Inspector Bovary Exantis, Supervisor DeVilla presenting case number 7221100106, case address 1526 Northwest 12th Street, owner Freddie L. and Tracy L. Myrick. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/29/23. Several suspensions noted on the agenda, 3 sections not complied at $25 per day. Fines start 9/1/2023, and this is in order to reappear. It's not that. Oh, so Myra, Tracy. It's not her. No, it's Freddie and Tracy Myrick.
They're at the top of your hands, so Tracy and Freddie. You're.
Good morning. Will you please unmute your mic? Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Property is read. Presenting case for Inspector Bovary Exantis for the city of Fort Lauderdale. This case was first heard on May 25th, 2023. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 35 days to correct all violations. The case reappeared before the magistrate a second time on June 29th, 2023, and the property owner was granted a 10-day extension to comply with the violations. They reappeared for a third time before the magistrate on July 27th, 2023, where an additional 35 days was granted. At this time, the property remains in violation, and I believe they're here to request an additional extension.
Okay. You need to unmute your mic. Okay, please state your names for the record.
Tracy Marriott.
Freddie Lee Myers Jr.
Okay, why is it taking so long to get this property into compliance?
Because man, it's only.
It's I did a picture we upload. We have done a lot to this yard. If you look at the picture, you'll see.
Yeah, I can see that you've done, you've tackled and complied half the violations. There's still half to go though. We still have the, yeah, we still have derelict vehicles, or trailer on the swale.
There's no trailer.
Well, it's an either or. So is there a vehicle on the swale still?
No, ain't no vehicle on the swell. Ain't nothing on the swell. The picture,
I uploaded the picture and showed you how it looked now.
No, that's them.
The vehicle parked in the garage is actually in compliance.
Say it again, sir.
But there's two, then the top one, vehicle or trailer.
Derelict, so that the old vehicle that you were working on, is that still at the property?
Yes, sir. I can't. Yes, sir. I'm trying to sell it. I'm trying to get, you know what I mean. But I just can't give it away. I'm trying to. But then I try to get the insurance for it. As y'all comply. But my money is running low. I just ordered rocks. You know what I mean, to put down on the. We ain't got that much money. We got to. Our mortgage went up a little bit, and we had to. We only got what we got. It's just me and my wife just trying to do everything here. All the bricks and everything you see on this that did on this property, me and my wife did this. We don't have nobody else to help us. I'm 54, my wife 52. We don't have nobody else but us to just try to do for what we done accomplished in our life, man, to try to keep our property. You know what I mean? We're trying to do everything we can, but our money is running out. We try to, we bought the rock. My rocks just came yesterday. I just started putting the rocks down now, but I got to wait till I get paid to have enough money. It ain't in our budget to do, what we can do to, to comply right now. We want to spare what we can spare to help, to try to fix the house. And with me and my wife doing it ourselves, we feel like we trying to apply to what y'all saying, but we don't, our money is running out.
Special Magistrate, I don't mind providing additional time. It looks like they've updated, done some updates after the inspector was there.
Yeah.
And perhaps we can try to get them some assistance if possible.
So what do you want to do? 56 or?
That would be fine. That would be fine with me.
All right, I'm going to give you a 56-day extension. And we're going to send the inspector out because it looks like some of the things may have been done since he was there last.
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll suspend any fines during that time, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And you just continue to do your very best and we'll try to work with you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right.
What about the car? We're trying to sell the car.
Yeah,
it seems like the car is the only problem. We're trying to sell it.
Well, it's not the only problem. There's also auto equipment there. But are you using that to repair the car?
What you said again? Say it again, ma'am.
There seems to be some auto equipment there that needs to be removed.
Auto equipment.
What is that?
I don't understand.
Tires, furniture.
Let's see what it says here.
Tools or tires or repair equipment, furniture.
Yeah, I had that out here, ma'am. I was trying to crank it. I was trying to crank it up so I could move it. Yeah, I did have it out here, but it ain't. You know what I mean? I had it out there, but
All right, the inspector's gonna come out and look at what you've done, and if you have any questions, you could ask him at that time, okay?
yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, please. Yeah, oh, and in order to reappear on my October 26th docket.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We got
Our next case, also page 55, Inspector Bovary Xantis, Supervisor Davila, presenting case number CE 230300064, case address 1544 Northwest 15th Terrace. Owner Ermise Suline Baker. This case was first heard 7/27/23 to comply by 8/31/23. Two sections not complied at $25 per day. Fine start 9/1/23, and this is a request for extension.
Well, again, Supervisor, oh, sorry.
Good morning, Ms. Baker. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Try this one more time. Julio Dalla, co-compliance supervisor on behalf of Inspector Bovary Xantis for the city of Fort Lauderdale. In reference to the aforementioned case and address is read. This case was first heard on July 27th, 2023. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 35 days to correct all the violations at the property. For his last inspection, and as depicted in the photos, all the violations remain. The city's requesting full imposition of fines and for them to continue to accrue.
It's a request for extension.
Okay, can you please state your name for the record?
Ermise Baker.
Okay, Ms. Baker, it's your request for extension. What are you requesting? How much time?
I'm requesting 90 days extension for the fence violation. Because the fence, I submitted documents, the quotes for the repair were very expensive and I don't have enough for the deposit as of yet. And they won't start the work until I can pay the 50% deposit for it. I did try to take active steps by getting the quote, and I also applied for the permit for them, but I'm just still trying to come up with the additional funds. So I'm asking if you will be willing to grant me a 90-day extension because I'm supposed to start a second job next month to help me come up with the remaining funds.
Okay, what about the landscaping?
The landscaping, since I got the notification, I did have a company called Lawn Starter. They came out on 7/6/7/28/81. And they're supposed to be out this weekend as well. And they have been cutting my grass and maintaining the yard for me. And I'm on a monthly plan with them for them to continue to do the landscaping for me twice a month.
Okay.
It looks like overgrowth isn't really the issue here. You have places where you're missing some grass. Have you spoken to them about that? Is that part of the plan or?
Yes, you're talking about the area in the front of the yard. If you notice, if you can go back to the photo of the front yard, I have a sign up there because my neighbors, they continually park on my front area. And I try to put a sign telling them they can't park there because it keeps messing up that area. And I did lay down some sod, and then like a week later, someone parked there again and messed up everything that I had put down. And the city is not helping me for the neighbors to reinforce them to park. When I tried to call the tow company, they said that it's public property. They can't tow a car from right there in that area, but that's where they keep messing up my grass at. So if you have any suggestions or for the city to help with my neighbors to, because they park any kind of way on that whole street.
I understand, and I'm sorry about that. Unfortunately, the sod's going to have to be replaced, and we're going to have to observe it and deem it as complied in order to get that violation into compliance.
I plan on rehabbing them, the landscaping company, when they come out to relay the sod again. But I really need some suggestions on how to prevent my neighbors from stopping there because they're ignoring the sign that I put on the gate right in front of that area.
We can speak. I may have some suggestions for you. We can speak offline. You can contact me. I'm the supervisor for the inspector. My name is Julio Davila. And you can contact me. Give me a call next week. I'll be out of the office tomorrow and I'll be in the hearing for most of the day. So give me a call next week and we can speak, okay?
Okay. Can you provide me with the contact number? Because I contacted my inspector twice regarding this and I never got a call back. He hasn't returned any of my calls or my messages.
Okay, you can reach me at 954
Uh-huh.
828
Uh-huh.
6505.
Okay, Ms. Baker, I'm gonna grant you a 91-day extension in order to get the fence and the landscape squared away and give the inspector a chance to get out there and inspect it, okay?
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 17. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 2302047, case address 3337 Northeast 16th Place, owner 1651 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard LLC, posted at property 81623, posted at City Hall 81723.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Oh, no, that's the owner name. 3336.
Bernstein Sandberg, Senior Inspector. Senior Inspector, City of Florida Community Enhancement, case number CE 23020407, property address 3337 Northeast 16th Place. This property was inspected on February 16, 2023 by Inspector Roca. The following violations were observed: 9-305A complied, 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. A pre-hearing inspection on 8/26/23 revealed a violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations that depicted. City is requesting 28 days. City is requesting 28 days to comply or fine $100 per violation per day.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Amelia Acreage.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring this property into compliance within the next 28 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Yes.
Okay, appreciate your cooperation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Here's another case, page 20. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230200582, case address 1651 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner 1651 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard LLC, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 81723.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Florida Community Enhancement, case number CE 23020582, property address 1651 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. This is the same property. It splits into two parcels. Same violation, 9305B, landscape. The landscape at this property is not being maintained and neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, 9-280H1. The chain link fence at this property is in disrepair, not being maintained as required. Pre-hearing inspection revealed a violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations that depicted. City is requesting 28 days to comply or fine $100 per day per violation.
Okay, please state your name again for the record.
Sure, Amelia Acreage.
Okay, your client will accept the 28 days or $100 a day thereafter?
Yes.
Okay,
may I ask a question just for clarification? Can you go back to the prior photo? It's the one showing, I guess where the gate is. Yes, this one. Just help me understand if trucks are driving in here and I don't know, I'm in Atlanta, not in Florida. Can the tracks be covered with gravel or does it have to be grassed? I want to be clear.
It's a vacant lot. It has to be grassed.
It has.
I'm not sure why there's the tracks of the driving on the vacant lot.
Yeah.
It's basically a vacant lot.
Yeah.
Correct.
So it has to be grass, and I don't know why you've got trucks on a vacant lot, but
I don't either.
Yeah. Something to look into.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Next case, page 22, also Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230300940, case address 1128 Northwest Fifth Court. Owner, Taj Investments LLC, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 81723. What's that? 1128. Jason, you okay?
He's not here.
He's not here? Who?
No.
Jason? What's his name? Jason Tillman. Jason Parsons. All right, we'll move on to page 46. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230200955, case address 427 Northwest 21st Terrace, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Derek Odoms. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/4/23 and 6/29/23. One suspension from 7/27/23 to 8/31/23. One section complied to $50 per day. $1,400 accrues. The city is requesting $709.
Inspector Bernstein, City of Fort Lauderdale.
Good morning, Mr. Odoms. Will you
Good
please
morning.
raise your right? Will you please raise your right hand? Can you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 23030955, property address 427 Northwest 21st Terrace. This property was first heard on May 25th, 2023, given 28 days to comply. Property owner requested more time. The magistrate granted an additional 28 days to comply. Property owner came into compliance within the deadline. 9305B is complied. The city is requesting $709 for admin costs.
Okay, sir, can you please state your name for the record?
Derek Odoms.
Are you in agreement with the reduction of fines to just admin costs of $709?
No, I'm not.
Okay, and why do you think you shouldn't pay the city's costs?
As I explained the last time I was here, I was not properly notified. And I had sent a certified letter back in March informing that the people were mailing the wrong person and that was not me. I went to court at the city hall, as I explained last time, and the security guard told me that the building was closed because of flood damage. And the last time I spoke to you, I repeated all this before.
Okay, I believe there was a finding of fact at the last hearing that you did receive proper notice under the code.
This is my second.
So I'm going to grant the city's request for administrative costs. Thank
This
you.
is my second time before y'all. The first time was the very first time was when I explained this. I was not, you're required to give me living notice. I was not provided living notice in my living dwelling.
Okay.
I had
well,
no idea about this.
Okay. What?
If you want me to notice, I will.
I made a finding at the last hearing that the city complied with notice, and I'm not gonna spend any more time on that. All right, thank you very much,
My
sir.
certified letter went unanswered. They did not comply.
Okay. All right, I disagree, sir, but thank you very much for your attendance.
Okay, what is this going on? You thank me, but I'm not understanding.
My order is that you must reimburse the city for administrative costs of $709 because your property was in violation.
Even though I was not notified.
All right,
And y'all
next
had a
case.
case without me.
I'm done, sir. Your hearing is over. Next case, please.
That's so rude. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 54. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 2204053, case address 1470 North Dixie Highway, owner Wisteria Court Condo Association Inc. This case was first heard 3/30/23 to comply by 5/25/23. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda, 2 sections not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 9/1/23, and this is an order to reappear.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Florida, Community Enhancement, case number CE 22040523, property address 1470 North Dixie Highway. This property was first sold on March 30th, 2023, with a magistrate granted 56 days to comply. On May 25, 2023, magistrate granted another 63 days to comply. And on July 27th, magistrate granted another 35 days to comply. As of today, the following violation remains. 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. 92881. The wood fence surrounding the property is not being maintained as required. There are sections which are damaged, has missing slats and leaning and not secure. The pre-hearing inspection on August 30th, 2023 revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. The city is requesting $100 a day per day per violation to start on September. I'm sorry, $50. We were denied the extension.
Okay. All right, sir, please state your name.
Dale Clappison.
Okay, why is this taking so long?
So this is part of a larger project that we're basically remodeling the entire building. I did send yesterday to Inspector Noel the permit application, the signed contract with Restore, who is the contractor. I sent him the notice of commencement that they had us sign about 2 weeks ago, as well as the special assessment that included all of the work that we're doing. So I know it has been taking a while. We did have to put this out to bid. We do have a contract signed. If the permits have not been applied for, they should be applied for any day now because the paperwork's been provided back to them from the association. And then once the permits are approved, we will start work on the entire project. But I did send the paperwork over to Inspector Noel yesterday about midday.
What paperwork is that?
It was the permit application, the notice of commencement, the executed contract, and the special assessment notice and items of work that are included in the project.
And how much time are you asking for?
Well, I mean, to complete the project, it's probably going to take about 3 or 4 months, but the permits should be applied for, if, like I said, if they haven't already been applied for within the next, I would say, week to 10 days, actually.
What permits have you applied for?
It's permits for the painting, waterproofing, which also will include basically everything. They're redoing the fence. They're doing some concrete restoration. All of that should have been, like I said, provided to Inspector Noel. I didn't get a chance to see if the permits were applied for, but the association has signed off on everything and returned it to the contractor.
Okay.
Magistrate, it's just a matter of the permit being applied. I'm not sure if he said they apply for it, I'm not sure. As long as they have a permit in with the city, we can move forward, but that was the whole issue from the beginning. It's just we're not seeing any permit application, but like he stated, it's supposed to be having it soon.
All right, I'm gonna give you a 28-day extension,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you need to send the inspector proof that you submitted these permits, please, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you want to reappear? And a notice to reappear.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you'll be back on my September 28th docket if this is not complied in the meantime.
I understand.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Next case, page 10. Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 22060-326. Case address 3601 North Ocean Boulevard, owner 3601 Parking LLC, posted at property 81923, posted at City Hall 81723.
That is correct. Okay.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 2206-0326, and the case address is 3601 West Ocean Boulevard. This property was first inspected on June 16th, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 47-2.2.2.3 has been complied. 47-19.4.D.8, there's a dumpster enclosure that's not being maintained at this location. The gate is broken and is in disrepair, and inside of the enclosure is full of trash and debris. 47-19.9 has been complied. 18.4C has been complied. And 47-20.20H has been complied. So as of my last inspection, the one violation for the dumpster enclosure remains as depicted in the photos. And the city is asking for 10 days to comply or a fine in the amount of $100 a day thereafter.
We need to see the pictures first.
There's no pictures? I'm sorry. So while we're waiting for that, I will say, your magistrate, that it has come a long way. At first, the complaint first came in as the site triangle issue that's on the corner for a complainant that lived in nearby. And that was complied, as I said, and they did redo the parking lot. The derelict vehicle was removed. They had containers out there; those were removed as well.
So they're being diligent about it.
They even installed this. There was a missing stop sign, so they did really well. And you can see in the photos. So this is how it looks in the beginning. And there's the site triangle issue. So there's the parking lot after it was redone. You see everything's taken out. Looks really good. So like I said, the only issue now is the dumpster enclosure. But because it's been since last year, and they've had plenty of time to do the dumpster area right there. 10 days is what the city's requesting, or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Maria Alberti.
Ms. Alberti, are you in agreement to bring this property into compliance within the next 10 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
I was going to ask for a little bit more time and I didn't find out about this violation until the beginning of this month when we received the violation in our corporate office. I was attempting to call the inspector to see the timeline because I'm unsure who corrected the other violations, because we had a violation previously for the parking lot and we fixed that. And then I guess we got this violation shortly after we fixed the parking lot violation. So I'm trying to figure out the timeline and who complied the other violations. And also I got a new gate for that enclosure. We are also we are an active construction site right now as well. Our architects are drawing that entire enclosure out, but we did get a new panel for the gate to fix it. We are also fixing the wooden part right there that's broken. We were just asking for a little bit more time, and I kind of wanted to know what the timeline was, because in that area as it stands I had GCs on site, but I never received the violation myself until we received it in our corporate office. So I was trying to figure out who the inspector was in contact with to put everything in compliance, because it wasn't me.
So if I may, your magistrate, so I haven't heard from anybody since the space was open. However, somebody's been complying the violations as we've been going along. Like I said, a brand new stop sign was installed, the whole parking lot was done, the site triangle was taken care of. And there was a little bit of work done, as you can see right there, but that's still not in compliance. You know, they used a little clip to hold the gate together, and I think they put a new gate, but it still needs latches and so on and so forth. Every time I've gone there, there's trash and debris inside the enclosure and like around that area. As far as her trying to make contact, the only contact that I have ever received was just recently from an email from one of our admin support team members that said they were trying to contact me, and that was on the 28th of August, and I tried to call, but I was unable to get through. And again, there has been great improvements, whether.
Can you explain to her exactly what she has to do to comply that front fence?
So you can see the mesh is like just falling apart. It's all ripped up. There's no latch on the gate. The dumpster enclosure inside is always full of debris and litter. It just needs to be cleaned, maintained, repaired, and brought to a suitable condition.
And I believe that 10 days is enough time for you to get someone out there to repair that fence.
No, that's fine. The 10 days, the 10 days will be fine.
All right, 10 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Inspector, I just want to make sure that I have the correct phone number for you, because every time I call, it goes into voicemail, and then I get a text back that says, sorry, I can't talk right now. From a phone number, 1 second. Um, 954-465-1068. I call the regular 954 number, and then I get a text back from this phone number that says, sorry, I can't talk right now. That was on Wednesday, August 23rd. And then I called again,
So let me give you my office number, because that's a cell and that's not always on, because I don't work, Monday through Friday. So that I'm not sure what message you were getting. So my phone number is 954-828-5563. And you can give me a call, or you can email me when it's done. If it's done prior to the 10 days, if not, I'll be out on the 10 days to inspect.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 18, Inspector Bernstein Sanford, case number CE 23021069, case address 340 San Marco Drive, owner 340 San Marco LLC, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 81723. One over there.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Ernestine Sandberg, City of Colorado Community Enhancements. Case number CE 2302-069. Property address 340 San Marcos Drive. Property was inspected on March 1st, 2023 by Inspector Roca. The following violation was observed. 934B complied. 1812A. There is trash, rubbish, and debris on this property. 92881, the chain link fence at this vacant lot is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. There are areas of the fence that is leaning, broken, missing support. The screen mesh is not secured properly. 47-21.16.8, there is a tree stump on the property. A pre-hearing inspection on 8/24/23, we feel the violation said it is not in compliance. I would like to enter photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or fine of $100 per day per violation. To my knowledge, Magistrate, this property has been stagnant as far as construction wise for quite some time. And I'm not sure where in the process they are with permits, but it's not being maintained with the fence, the trash inside the property, and the tree stump that's still there.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Yes, hi, my name is Juan on behalf of 340 St. Marco LLC, on behalf of Ismael Fraez.
Okay, are you willing to bring the property into compliance within the next 28 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, actually, presently we onboarded is on this property, and we are starting to comply with everything.
Okay, good. All right, thank you very much, sir.
Also, I'd like to add to the inspection is that on one of the photos, there was a backhoe there on our swell. That actually was, I believe some telecommunication was doing some repair work. And we've been having we put up signs so nobody will park on the swells without authorization.
Well, aware of that.
Okay, yes, they are aware of that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Our next case, page 22, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 2303-0940. Case address 112 Northwest 5th Court. Owner Pad Investments LLC, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 81723.
Hello. Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Ernestine Sandberg, City of Colorado Community Enhancement, case number 2303, CE 2303-0940, property address 1128 Northwest 5th Court. This property was inspected on May 25th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9.305B complied, 2427F complied, 47-19.9 complied, 9304B, the driveway and walkway is not being maintained as required. The driveway has peeling paint and stains. This is a recurrent violation. Refer to case CE 2203-0564. This case will be presented to the special magistrate, taking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. For the record, 1812A is complied. but we're gonna read that into the record. If it's a recurring violation, refer to case CE 22030564. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact, whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. A pre-hearing inspection on 8/24/2023 revealed the violation stated not in compliance. I have been in contact with the property manager, and I explained to her that the driveway just needed a little more work. She said she'll get back to me and talk to the owner. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations that depicted. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or fine of $100.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Jason Milred. I'm the property owner.
Okay, Mr. Millard, are you in agreement to bring the rest of the property into compliance within the next 28 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Is it just the paved driveway?
Correct.
Yeah, it's already done.
Okay, all right, so they're asking me for, yeah,
I'll take the 28 days, but he can go see it today. It's done.
okay, all right, so I'm gonna grant the 28 days so he can go out and re-inspect it. And I'm gonna grant the finding of fact for the reoccurring violation, which means if it happens again, I'm not gonna fine you today, but if it happens again, you could be fined.
But let's not.
Well, that's up to you, dear.
We'll have to, let's not grant the finding of the finding.
Nice try, nice try. All right, thanks very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Take a 5-minute break.
Wendy? Yes. Hello? 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 Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
Am I on? Wendy, can you hear me? Yes, I can.
Are you the property owner?
My mother is, but my name and my siblings' names are also on there.
What's the address?
2312 Northwest 7th Street.
Are you with your parents right now?
Am I with my mother?
Yeah.
Oh, she's at home. She's 86, going through a little Alzheimer's. So I'm just standing in for her as a representative.
All right, I'm gonna put you on hold.
Sure.
Hi, Michael. Michael? Michael, if you can hear me, please unmute. Next. Good morning, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's the address you hear about? Mr. Smith, what's the address you're here about today?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What's the address you're here about today?
I'm here for 450 West Evanston Circle, Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, the case is not scheduled for a hearing today.
It says not scheduled for hearing today, you say? I have a notice of hearing today saying it's for the 31st at 12 o'clock.
Did you receive a notice of hearing for today?
I have a letter here on notice of hearing dated August the 21st, stating that it's the magistrate on the 31st of August at 12.
Okay, can you please, what's your phone number?
My phone number is 954-579-4567. I'm talking to you through my tablet right now, but the number this you was actually phone number.
Okay, I'll get back to you. But your case doesn't look like it's scheduled for today. What's the case number?
Got two case numbers. One CE. It's two case numbers. One is CE 1902-0058 and 2208-0731.
Nobody showed up.
Nobody showed up. All right, Mr. Smith, I'll contact you.
You said you're gonna.
Go to David Blaine. They signed, but they didn't show.
Huh? Your paint? Yeah, enough. You want it?
Good morning, Mr. Blaine.
Yes.
What's the address you're here about?
621 Northwest 21st Avenue.
Are you the owner of Precise?
Yes, I'm the owner. I'm the owner.
I need you to submit your ID
to special magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov.
You said you need to what now?
You need to submit your ID.
Okay, I submitted it. What I do now? I go on there and submit it again?
Submit it to special magistrate
Yeah, yes.
at fortlauderdale.gov.
Okay, 1 second. Special magistrate.
At fortlauderdale.gov.
And okay, it's telling me to sign up for the virtual.
Just
That's the
submit
one
your
you're
ID and stay online.
I remember submitting it. 1 second.
Michael. Michael.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Hello?
Good morning, Michael. I need
Good
you to submit
morning.
your ID to special magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov.
When today?
Yeah, right now. If you could just submit your ID to special magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov.
My phone having a problem, my games. Get to it. That's not good. My screen does black. Hello?
Yes, Michael?
My screen does black. I can't get to it.
Okay. I need you to submit your ID, email it to special magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov.
My phone screen does turn black. I can't get it. My phone screen does turn black. I can't get it off. Oh, this time.
Dave, what is the address you heard about?
Huh?
What was the address you heard about?
621 Northwest 21st Avenue.
Were you able to submit your ID?
Huh?
I need you to submit your ID.
I did. I just went on it and I submitted and it said your thank you for your submission. I redid it again. And it told me thank you for your submission.
Our next case is on page 30. Inspector Bowler Dentist Supervisor Davila presenting case number CE 2208-0567. Case address 2312 Northwest 7th Street. Owners E.M. Edwards, S.B. Edwards, B.B. Edwards, and all others. Posted at property 81123, posted at City Hall 81723. Wendy Parsons. Ms. Parsons, can you please unmute your mic? Okay, you're unmuted. Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you fine.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Your right hand.
My apologies.
That's okay.
It's been a morning. It's been a morning.
That's okay. Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Julio Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor, in reference to the aforementioned case and property presenting on behalf of Code Compliance Officer Bovary Xanthus for the city of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected on August 18th and the following, August 18th, 2022, and the following violations were discovered. 9-313 subsection A, this property is not identified by approved address number. 9-280 subsection H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and it is not being maintained as required. The fence has holes, missing sections, and broken parts. 24-27 subsection B has been withdrawn. 18-12 subsection A, there is overgrown trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including patient soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing paint. 9-280 subsection B. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to broken windows. 18-7 has complied. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on August 11th, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 24th, 2023. The inspector also met with the property owners for the first time, where he explained the violations to them and ways to correct them. Currently, we are requesting 56 days to correct all violations or a fine of $25 per day per violation.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Wendy Parson.
Ms. Parsons, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 56 days or face a fine of $25 a day?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Just one question, because we had done quite a bit to it when Mr. Bovary came out and he mentioned the grass and at least painting the front of the house. Was everything else complied to, or will we just have to deal with him with that?
So, Ms. Parsons, it looks like you were missing the address numbers for the property.
Oh, they're up. He took pictures of those.
They're up now? Okay.
Yes, yes, sir. They're in
All right.
almost in front of the door on the upper part.
So all of the items were, the second item was the fence.
He told us that the only thing we had to replace with that, because we did repairs to it, was when you walk through the gate part of it, not the driving part, because somebody came and actually stole the swinging ones where you go through the drive-through the day after we started. But he did tell us we need to replace that gate, which we have not done that yet, and we will get that taken care of. And he also mentioned grass, which you can see that we did put grass down to the left once we cut all of those shrubbery that was over there. So we did get grass there.
And the window, ma'am?
Which window?
Reference to a broken window on the property?
I don't know of a broken window. I know that the city came by some years ago and put a heavy plastic on all of the windows, which they gave my mom a $7,000 bill for that, which she did pay it periodically. So I don't know. I would have to go inside to look to see if there's any broken windows. I don't know if there's any broken windows.
I'll double check and go over it with the inspector upon his return. My name is Julio Davila. You can always reach out to me as well.
Okay.
If you have any questions, and we'll make sure to get you squared away so that hopefully you can take care of everything within that compliance state. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks again. All right. Bye-bye.
Okay.
You guys have a great day.
Next case, page 15, Inspector Patrice Jolly, Supervisor Davila presenting case number CE 23010491. Case address 621 Northwest 21st Avenue. Owner Precise Pressure Cleaning LLC. Posted at property 81723, posted at City Hall 81722. It's Dave Blaine.
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes.
Will you please raise your right hand?
1 second, I can't hear you guys. What you say?
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Sir, do you swear or affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Code Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila on behalf of Patrice Jolly, Senior Code Compliance Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the aforementioned case and addresses read. This property was first inspected on January 19, 2023 and cited for the following violations. 18-4 has complied, but we are treating this as a recurring violation per CE 2204-0166. There were multiple derelict vehicles stored on the property and surrounding swale. The vehicles include, but are not limited to, cars that were inoperable, had missing parts as well as expired tags. They also included a white Ford E350, which was a commercial vehicle without a tag, a green-black GMC flatbed tow truck, tag number Echo 8869 Echo with an expired tag, a white Chevrolet pickup with the tag Lima Alpha 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 53, fired on November 22, a gray Chevrolet pickup, Florida tag India Yankee 72 Kilo Delta, which expired on December 22, a Grand Infiniti Q50 sedan without a tag, a white Chevy work van with an expired paper tag and broken windows, a silver Chevy Silverado, pickup truck with no license plate, a silver Infiniti QX30 SUV without a license plate, and a light blue late model vehicle with no VIN number and or license plate. As stated, this is a recurring violation for KCE 2204-0166. Current violation on the property is 18-12 subsection 8. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a recurring violation as well per KCE 2204-0166 and is being brought to the magistrate whether or not it has come into compliance. 9-306 complied. There were exterior building walls which were not maintained and areas of the exterior that had stains and missing peeling paint. And that was also is a recurring violation per same case number CE 2204-0166 and is being brought to the magistrate whether or not it came into compliance. 47-20.20 subsection H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The parking area of the property is in complete disrepair. There are no markings for parking. Areas of the surface are uneven and cracked. This is also a recurring violation for the same case number CE 2204-0166 and is being brought to the magistrate to consider whether or not it has come into compliance. And 47-34 subsection or 0.1.8.1. There is an illegal land use occurring at this industrial general rezoned property. There is illegal outdoor storage, including but not limited to a large accumulation of derelict vehicles, auto parts, and other miscellaneous items throughout the entire property and surrounding swale. There's also a business operating outside of the property's intended use. The original use specified is for warehouse and storage, not automotive repair. This is also a recurring violation per case CE 2204-0166 and is being brought for consideration for the special magistrate whether or not compliance was met. An inspection report was posted on the property and a copy was mailed to the property owner as listed on Broward County Property Appraiser's Office website via first class mail. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 30th, 2023. And it was found that violations remain as depicted and as previously stated. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a finding of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
And a finding of fact on
Yes,
the
ma'am.
recurring violations?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
All right, sir, please state your name.
David Cumming.
Okay, are you in agreement with bringing the rest of the property into compliance within 28 days or face a fine of $50 a day? And with
Yes,
the
ma'am.
finding of fact?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you very much, sir.
All righty, no problem.
All right,
Bye-bye.
bye-bye.
Yes.
I don't know. It's the land reduction.
Are there?
One person.
You want to do that?
Can we?
I don't see why not. They're here and you're ready to be targeted. Because it's been a while and there's no response.
And I don't. I don't really want to stop. This might not be this way. Well,
I mean, I arguably should make an announcement that, you know, we're switching and putting it out there. Yeah.
We're gonna switch over now to the special magistrate lien reduction. We do have a couple cases to hear for lien reduction, so we'll do that now. Our first case, page 1, case number CE 1902005, case address 450 West Evanston Circle, owner James E. Smith Estates, total lien amount $87,075. And then
He can hear.
she can't hear us?
He doesn't have a mute, a mic either. Or it's not showing.
Sir, can you hear us?
He doesn't have a microphone either. He may need his, he might need to call in. I could be on line, but also call in.
Let's see if I can put him back and then put him back in.
Okay. Right. He keeps sending me. For the regular.
No, it's still not showing he has a mic.
No.
Can we call him?
So
Whoever has to phone. Let's go outside.
Just food like spaces. Okay, yeah. In the, for break. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you so much. Should put You're not picking up. You can hear us now? Okay. All right, we're gonna mute you for now and then we'll be right back. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
When I started doing. Yes, since 2014.
Yeah.
All right, we can.
Well, you know.
So they're gonna develop a certain criteria.
He's on now, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, ready.
Special Magistrate Lien Reduction, page 1, case number CE 1902005, case address 450 West Evanston Circle. Owner James E. Smith Estates, total lien amount $87,075. Administrative cost $1,789.68. The city is requesting $22,725.
Is in agreement.
Is in agreement to accept.
Thank you.
The applicant's offer of $22,725.
For what?
Mr. Smith, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, state your name for the record.
Donald Smith.
Okay, it's my understanding that you reached an agreement with the city for a reduction from $87,075 to $22,725. Was that your agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 2, case number CE 2208071, case address 450 West Evanston Circle, owner James E. Smith Estates, total lien amount $11,000, administrative cost $955.
We have two cases.
Here's another piece.
Oh.
I know, it was mine partially. I was like.
Let's do it. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Smith, can you join back? You have one more case. Okay, thank you. If we don't use ID,
Make an announcement.
can you try calling? No, we're going, the other guy's on my back.
Yeah, Mr. Smith, where's Mr. Smith? Yes.
Can you put Michael Winter in so I can just tell him we need his ID until the other guy comes?
Yeah.
Oh, he's on the call. Hello? Okay, the other gentleman, James Smith, saying it shows he was removed by the host. Can you let it back in?
Does he have the same invite?
Do you have the same invite? Are you using the same one? Okay. Michael Winter left.
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Smith.
Just put them on speaker.
All right, I'm gonna put you on speaker. We're gonna do it over the phone. Okay. Can you hear us? Okay, case number CE 22080731, case address 450 West Evanston Circle, owner James E. Smith Estates, total lien amount $11,000, administrative cost $955.55. And the city is accepting the applicant's offer of $7,125.
Okay, Mr. Smith, is that your agreement to pay $7,125?
The registered, I thought the total amount was going to be 23,000 with both cases combined. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I have in front of me. My understanding is the agreement for the second case was a reduction from $11,000 to $7,125. That's in addition to the 22. Is that not your agreement?
Okay, I thought it was going to be the total combined between two, but if that's what's there for the reduction, and I'll agree with that.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna order that, and both cases will have 60 days to pay. And if you don't pay within the 60 days, then it goes back to the original amount, so make sure that that's done, okay?
Yes, understood.
Okay, all right, thank you very much, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, for the record, the application did reflect the applicant's two offers.
Yeah, I read that, in my file.
Just for the record. And so that includes.
Oh, can you put, Michael declined. Second for August 31st, 2020. Yes, I want to talk, if he.
Start again.
Trying to get my- Yeah.
You guys want to take a break to eat your lunch?
Yeah, let's do that.
Who's still left there? That's who's my.
He was off his special magistrate.
So we can stop recording.
Stop recording, please.
Take a 10-minute recess. Yes. Yes, we're gonna stop recording.
First case, page 2, Inspector Philip Lahans. It's Robert Sarowich presenting case number FC 23060007, case address 505 Southeast 20th Street. Owner French Planet Investment LLC, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 81723.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Captain Robert Sarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here to present case FC 23060007. Property address 505 Southeast 20th Street. Property is cited in reference Senate PA 1, 13.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced or tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. We're looking for 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 23060833, case address 1200 Southwest 15th Avenue, owner Mr. Sustainable Homes Design and Builders Inc. Posted at property 81023, posted at City Hall 81723.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Diego Santos, representing the City of Florida, presenting case CE 3060883, address as read. So on June 27, I conducted an inspection. I found the following violations: 18-12A, which is overgrown trash. This actually, it's a reporting violation form case number CE 21080602 and CE 23010034. And that's why it's been presented to Inspection Magistrate for finding an effect. The other violations are 18-4C, derelict vehicle, 9-304B, parking on the lawn, and the final one, 9-280H1, defensive disrepair, which also become to compliance.
So everything's compliant?
Everything is compliant, so will just be presented for our finding effect.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Paulette DeGrasso, case number CE 23050906, case address 2001 Northeast 21st Avenue, owner Dell 18, posted at property 8523, posted at City Hall 81723.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Inspector Del Grosso for the city of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. The property was initially inspected on June 1st and cited for the following violation: 18-11B. The swimming pool located at this unoccupied property has stagnant water, trash, and debris. The homeowner has been in communication, but has not been able to cure the violation. He told me yesterday, he said he hired a contractor to re-marsite the pool. Therefore, the city is requesting 10 days or $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 11, Inspector Paulette DeGrasso, case number CE 23050974, case address 1215 Northeast C Street. Owner, Rentrol Lewis Palmer, posted at property 8523, posted at City Hall 81723.
Inspector Del Grosso for the city of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. The property was initially inspected on June 1st and cited for the following violation: 47-21.16A. There is a dead tree stump left behind where a dead tree was removed from the parking lot. The property owner cut a fallen tree that was on site but left the stump. The owner has not been in communication despite posting notices and mailing inspection reports. Therefore, the city requests 10 days or $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 11, Inspector Paulette DeGrasso, case number CE 23060036, case address 1015 Northeast 17th Avenue, owner Frederick Sanchez, Alicia Sanchez, and Catherine Sanchez, posted at property 8523, posted at City Hall 81723.
Inspector Del Grosso for the city of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address is read. The property was initially inspected on June 1st and cited for the following violations: 47-19-4D8. There is a dumpster enclosure that's not maintained at this location. 9-280H1. The fence at this property is in disrepair, not being maintained as required. 47 2116A, there's a dead palm tree in the parking area by the dumpster enclosure. Though the dead tree has been removed, the other two violations are partially complied. Management replaced the gate and missing fence pieces, but both were done without permits and are left unpainted, and the dumpster enclosure gate is not opaque. Therefore, the city requests 35 days or $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 11, Inspector David Sandiford, case number CE 230508336, case address 3316 Northeast 38th Street, owner Lawrence E. Cohen and Barbara F. Cohen, posted at property 8923, posted at City Hall 81723.
Good afternoon, Inspector David Sandiford for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230500836, address 3316 Northeast 38th Street. Property was first cited on May 26, 2023 for the following violations. 9-304B, driveway is not being maintained in a smooth, well-graded condition. There are cracks and uneven areas on pavement. 9-308B, there is debris, trash, or another element which is not permanent on the roof. An inspection report was posted on the property and a copy was mailed to the owner listed in the BCPA via first class mail. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 30th, 2023, and found the following violations. 9-304B, driveway is not being maintained in smooth, well-graded condition. There are cracks and uneven areas of pavement. And 9-308B, there's debris, trash, or other element which is not permanent on the roof. Remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine in the amount of $50 a day per violation for each day the violation exists.
So ordered.
Next page, page 12, Inspector David Sandiford, case number CE 2303034, case address 713 South East 7th Street. Owner Tina Marie Leo, posted at property 8923, posted at City Hall 1720.
Inspector David Sandiford for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 230-30340, address 713 Southeast 7th Street. Property was first cited on June 2nd, 2023 for the following violation. 47-21.15.d. Their tree has been abused and altered outside its natural shape by excessive cutting of branches on one side. An inspection report was posted on the property and a copy was mailed to the owner listed in the BCPA via first class mail. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 30th, 2023. And found the following violation remains. 47-21.15.b. There has been abused and altered. Tree has been abused and altered outside its natural shape by excessive cutting of branches on one side. Remains as depicted in the photo. The city is requesting 20 days to comply or fine in the amount of $100 a day per violation for each day the violation exists.
So ordered.
Next case, page 13, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 2303034, case address 350 Riviera Drive. Owner Kevin P. Mosher, case posted at property 8523, posted at City Hall 81720.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Colorado, Committee Enhancement, case number CE 2300346. Address 350 Riviera Drive. This property was inspected on March 10, 2023. The following violations were observed: 9305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in neat and well-covered appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the swell of the property abutting the seawall. A pre-hearing inspection on 8/24/2023 revealed the violation study is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. The city is requesting 28 days or fine of $25 per day.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 13, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 230600043. Case address 3420 Riverland Road, owner John David Stevens, posted at property 8923, posted at City Hall 8/17/23.
Mark Regular, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, for a case and address was read. An inspection was conducted on 6/9/23 and the following violation was observed. 9-280H1, the fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. An inspection report was posted to the property allowing 30 days for repair. As of yesterday, the property remains in violation. At this time, city is requesting 28 days or fines of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Your Honor, can I go back to the case on page 12? I just wanted to do some correction. Well, just wanted to add some additional information for the tree case on case 713 South 7th Street. For the record, I just wanted to go back to the previous case on page 12 at the bottom of the page, 713 South 7th Street. I just wanted to make sure that we added that even though the violation was read in of what caused the violation, the corrective action is what we're asking also is for them to receive an after the fact permit because the tree needs to be removed altogether. And it's gonna also be mitigation that our urban forester has already communicated with the property owner before. So 60 days was previously given for them to obtain that permit for the excessive pruning. They have not done so, so we're asking for 28 days for them to still move forward to obtain that after the fact permit for the excessive pruning because the tree is damaged at a irreparable repair beyond irreparable state now. So we're asking for 28 days for them to receive the after the fact permit and do the mitigation that's brought along with that permit.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Well, we're gonna skip Patrice's cases since Julio worked briefly for those, and I'm gonna go to page 18. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230210448, case 2301 Ala Capri Drive, owner Louis Wetstein, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 8/17/23.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. Property was inspected in March 1st, 2023. The following violations were observed. 945A complied, 4719.9 complied, 2427B complied, 1812A complied, 9305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained and meeting where cover appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. I've been in communication with the property owner. She's aware of compliance. Pre-hearing inspection on 8/24 revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. The city is requesting 28 days to comply with fine of $25 per day.
So ordered. Next page, page 19, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230200493, case address 900 Northwest Second Street, owner SJW Investment Irrevocable Trust, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 8/17/23.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. Property was inspected on February 15th, 2023 for the following violations. 9305B complied, 47-19.4.D.1 complied, 18-1 complied, 47-19.9, there is outdoor storage at this property not limited to chairs, trash bag, wood, bathroom, tub, cones, equipment, tools, chairs, and other miscellaneous items. This is a recurrent violation referred to case CE 22120430. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact, whether or not the violation complied prior to the hearing. The pre-hearing inspection on 8/24/2023 revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. It is requesting 28 days or a fine of $100 per day.
So ordered. Next case, page 20, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230200412, case address 3311 Northeast 17th Court, owner Marco Schilling, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 8/17/23.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number of property address as read. Property was inspected on February 17th, 2023 by Inspector Roca. The following violations were observed. 9305A complied, 9306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior walls and soffit that have stains and killing paint. I've been in contact with the property owner. He's aware of what he needs to do to get in compliance. He's in agreement based on my conversation. A pre-hearing inspection on 8/24/2023 revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to insert a photo that evidence that shows violations as depicted. City is requesting 28 days or fine of $25.
Order. Next case, page 22, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 221200714, case address 1021 Northwest Fifth Court, owner Melvin Grimm, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 81723.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. Property was inspected. The following violations were observed: 92881. Wood fence is not being maintained. The rear fence is leaning and missing slats in the back of the alley. This is a recurrent violation. Refer to case number CE 20100836. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 1812A, it overgoes trash debris in the back alley of this property. This is a recurrent violation. Refer to case CE 20100836. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in any rough appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 20100836. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. I've had no communication with this property owner. The pre-hearing inspection revealed. A pre-hearing inspection on 8/24 revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that those violations have depicted. City is requesting 10 days for the overgrowth and 28 days for the other violations, or a fine of $100 per day per violation.
So ordered.
Next case, page 23. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230600434, case address 0001 North Ocean Boulevard, owner 3001 North Ocean LLC, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 81723.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. As of today, all violations are in compliance. For the record, 9280H1, chain link fence at this property is complied, but it was in disrepair and has not been maintained as required. The fence is leaning along A18. This is a recurrent violation. Refer to case 23010751. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. The owners are aware this was a recurrent violation. It is in compliance, so I would just like to put that on the record.
Okay, finding of fact granted.
Next case, page 24, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230307111, case address 909 Northwest Fifth Street, owner Philip Anthony Roll and Veronica Taylor, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 81723.
This property was complied.
Right. Next case, page 25. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 230600537, case address 1501 Southeast Second Street, owner Abraham Zaruman, posted at property 8923, posted at City Hall 817.
Master. City of Fort Lauderdale, Public Finance Inspector Caracas presenting case number CE 230605337. For the property located at 1501 Southeast Second Street. Inspection of the property was performed on June 19th and cited for the following violations. 9-058, there's overgrowth with landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right of way, hindering the light source of the pedestrian walkway solar panel. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCP via first class mail on June 19th. 2023, allowing 15 days to come into compliance. Contact has not been made with anybody from the property nor with the property owner. Special magistrate request from sent on July 10th is scheduled for today's special master. The hearing inspection was done on August 28th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the following violations have not been brought into compliance. Cities requesting the following: 30 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $50 for the violation that exists. Photo submitted is directly for evidence. I'm sorry, will be then 28 days.
How much is it?
$50 for the violation that exists.
So ordered.
Next case, page 27, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 230700045. Case address 844 Northwest Third Avenue, numbers 1 through 3. Owner Jose Nunez, posted at property 8923, posted at City Hall 81723.
Special Master City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector presenting case number CE 23070045 for the property located at 844 Northwest Third Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on July 5th of 2023 and cited for the following violation: 18-12A. There is overgrowth of grass and trees. There's miscellaneous trash and dead foliage on this property. This is a recurring violation, and this case will be presented to the special magistrate for prior case CE 21020427, whether or not it comes into compliance before special master hearing. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on July 5th, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. There has been contact with the property owner. I've met him at the property. He couldn't be here today because he actually is on the west coast of he lives up in Tampa where the situation is at. So he couldn't be here today. But I spoke to him over the phone and he understands what the circumstances of this is today.
Okay.
Special magistrate request form sent July 19th of 2023, scheduled for today's special master. The hearing inspection was done on August 28th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation is in compliance. Again, Your Honor, this case is only for a finding of fact.
Okay. So ordered.
Going to skip vote re-examination this cases and that being presented by Supervisor DeFro, and we're going to.
I would postpone.
Because he-
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
But we can just read this too for 45 on page 45. Remember originally we're gonna hear them together. That's smart to do it that way. That was the one. Yeah, that was for 626, remember?
Okay. Next case, page 40, Inspector Evan Oaks, Leonard Champagne presenting case number CE 230400647. Case address 826 Southwest 14th Court, owner Matthew Campoli and Luca Del Agnes, posted at property 81223, posted at City Hall 81723.
Leonard Champagne for the city of Fort Lauderdale, Representative Officer Evan Oaks. Okay, for KCE 230400647, property address 826 Southwest 14th Court. The property was initially inspected on April 29, 2023, and the following violation was cited. 15272A, the property being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, August 26, 2023, and the following violation remains 15272A as depicted in the photos. City is requesting 14 days or a fine of $200 per day thereafter be imposed.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 40, Inspector Evan Oaks, Leonard Champagne presenting case number CE 230500484. Case address 626 Southwest 12th Avenue, owner 626 Partners LLC, posted at property 8323, posted at City Hall 817.
Leonard Champagne presenting case for Officer Evan Oaks, CE 23050484, property just 626 Southwest 12th Avenue. This property was initially inspected on May 17, 2023, and the following violation was observed. 372A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. There was also a violation 18.1, but that was complied. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, August 26th. And the following violation remains 15272A as depicted in the photo. The city is requesting 14 days to comply or a fine of $500 per day thereafter be imposed.
So ordered.
Page 45. First and second. Well, we can just read it.
We can read it and you know.
Second.
Everyone.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. We gotta go back to page 14, Inspector Patrice Jolly, Supervisor Davila, presenting case number CE 23015230200150, case address 1111 Southwest 31st Avenue, owner Leventon Real Estate LLC, posted at property 81723, posted at City Hall 81723.
Code Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila on behalf of the Priest Jolly City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Officer, reference to the case and address as read. This property was first inspected on February 4th, 2023 and filed cited for the following violations: 18-4 complied, 9-304 subsection B complied. There is a black sedan parked on the grass that the driveway is also faded and has potholes at the surface. This is a recurring violation of case CE 21050663 and it's being brought to the special magistrate whether or not it has complied. And 9-305 subsection B, the landscape at this property is not being maintain a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation, PC case number CE 21050663. This is also a recurring violation, so it is being brought to the magistrate whether or not it has complied. We're seeking a finding of fact. The inspection report was posted and a copy was mailed to the property owner as listed on BCPA via first fast mail. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 30th, 2023 and found the violations remained as depicted. So for the one that has not complied, which is 9-305B, we're requesting 28 days to comply and $100 per day. That means see where.
And I didn't find your pictures.
I mean, the old check file. Let me see if he uploaded them. Yeah, I have a lot of pictures here. Yesterday at 4:02 though.
That could be it. What's the address again? Because I transferred it before that.
Before the hearing?
Yeah, so,
Yeah, it's 1111
okay,
Northwest 31st Avenue. It's in the sheriff.
okay. Yeah, but that's not, just share the information. So. I'm going to check that.
He was on vacation the whole previous week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, page 16, Inspector Patrice Jolly, Supervisor Davila, presenting case number CE 23040149. Case address 2503 Northwest 16th Court, owner Leonardo Casiopo Trust, Al Family Trust, posted at property 81623, posted at City Hall 81720.
So can you repeat the address?
2503 Northwest 16th Court.
You. Davila Compliance Supervisor on behalf of Patrice Jolly, City of Fort Lauderdale Senior Code Compliance Inspector, presenting the aforementioned case. Address is read. This property was first inspected on April 6th, 2023 and cited for the following violations: 9-305 subsection B has complied, The landscaping at this property was not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There were areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurrent violation for case CE 1907-2056, and it's being brought before the magistrate, whether or not it came into compliance. 9-306 complied, 9-278 subsection E complied, and 47-39.8.1.b subsection 6B complied. An inspection report was posted and a copy was mailed to the property owner listed in BCPA via first class mail. All the violations are complied, we're seeking a finding of fact on that first one, which is 9-305 subsection.
Okay, so the landscapes complied as well. Granted.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Patrice Jolly, Supervisor, we look presenting case number CE 2070511. Case address 817 Northwest 19 Terrace. Owner Olette Cameron, posted at property 81723, posted at City Hall 817.
Big bus. Code Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila on behalf of Patrice Jolly, City of Fort Lauderdale, Senior Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE 23070911. And the address is read. The property was first inspected on July 30th, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 47-34.1.8.1 has complied. There is an illegal land use clearing at this property. There was a large purple bus parked and stored on the grass of this vacant lot. This is a recurring violation in reference to case number CE 23070308 and is being brought before the magistrate, whether or not it has come into compliance. 9-304 subsection B has also complied. There was a large purple bus parked on the grass of the vacant lot. This is a recurring violation per section CE 23070308 and is being brought to the magistrate, whether or not it came into compliance. And 26-8 subsection 8 subsection 9 has complied, as well as section 47-34.4 subsection C1 has also complied. An inspection report was posted on the property and a copy was mailed to the property owner listed in BCPA via first class mail. All violations are complied and we are seeking a finding of fact for all recurring violations.
Granted.
See that large purple bus. And giving its appearance across all of the parks as well.
Our next case, page 29, Inspector Bover Xantis, Supervisor Jamila presenting case number CE 230200602, case address 1559 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner IAG Foundation Inc., posted at property 811, posted at City Hall 81723.
Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila presented on behalf of Compliance Officer Bover Xantis for the City of Fort Lauderdale on reference to the aforementioned case and address. This property was first inspected on February 18, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9-308A. There are multiple broken and missing roof tiles. The roof is not in good repair and it's not weather or watertight. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on August 11, 2023, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 24, 2023, which revealed the property to be as depicted in the photos. The property owner has contacted him for the first time via phone on August 24, 2023. The city is requesting 56 days to correct the violations or a fine of $50 per day for a violation.
So ordered.
Next case, page 31, Inspector Bover Xantis, Supervisor Jamila presenting case number CE 2340146, case address 1412 Chateau Park Drive, owner Moses Family Limited Partner doing business as Little Acorn Children's, posted at property 81023, posted at City Hall 81723.
Julio Davila, Co-Compliance Supervisor, presenting on behalf of Officer Bover Exantis for the city of Fort Lauderdale for the aforementioned case and address. The property was first inspected on April 5th, 2018, and the following violations were observed. 9-305 subsection B, the gravel driveway on this occupied property is not being maintained. There are areas of gravel driveway that are missing or worn through. A notice of hearing was handed to the person at the property at the time of this posting, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 25th, 2023, which revealed the property to be as depicted in the photos. City is requesting 28 days to correct the violations or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 34, Inspector Bover Exantis, Supervisor DeVito, presenting case number CE 230300594, case address 1637 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Nicholas Aguirre, posted at property 81023, posted at City Hall 81723.
We're Davila, Code Compliance Supervisor, presenting on behalf of Bover Exantis, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, in reference to the aforementioned case and address. This property was first inspected on March 17th, 2023. The following violations were observed. 18-12 complied. 9-305 subsection B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on August 10th, 2023, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 23, 2023, which revealed the property to be as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to correct or a fine of $25 per day thereafter for each violation.
So ordered.
Next case, page 35, Inspector Bover Exantis, case Supervisor DeVito, presenting case number CE 2305089, case address 1807 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Duke Trail Investments LLC, posted at property 81023, posted at City Hall 81723.
Compliance Supervisor Julio Davila, presenting on behalf of Compliance Officer Bover Exantis for the city of Fort Lauderdale, in reference to the aforementioned case of property. This property was first inspected on May 27, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9-280 subsection H1 complied. 9-304 subsection B, the gravel apron driveway is worn through. Grass and weeds are growing through it. 9-305 subsection B complied. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are in disrepair and need to be painted. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing paving paint. 18-12 subsection A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on August 10th, 2023, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on August 23rd, 2023, which revealed the property to be as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation.
So ordered.
Next case, page 36, Inspector Bover Exantis, case Supervisor DeVito, presenting case number CE 2305028, case address 1172 Chateau Park Drive, owner Michael D. Winter and Sherman Winter, posted at property 81123, posted at City Hall 81723.
Co-compliance Supervisor Julio Davila, on behalf of Co-compliance Officer Bover Exantis, for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the aforementioned case and address. This property was first inspected on May 11th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 47-304.4.B.1 complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale. 47-34.4.8.1 complied. 18-4 subsection C complied. 9-305A complied, and 18-12A complied. A notice of hearing was handed to the property owner on August 11th, 2023, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted, which revealed that the property is as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to correct the violations or a fine of $25 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 42, Inspector Edward Easton,
Wait, 38. So we read that first page.
Oh, yeah. Case number, page 38, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 230400582, case address 1000 Northeast Fourth Avenue, owner Home Depot USA Inc. Posted at property 81623, posted at City Hall 81723. This case is complied. Okay, thank you. Next case, page 42, Inspector Edward Easton, case number CE 230501553, case address 1713 Southwest Fifth Street, owner OG Group LLC. This case was cited 5/17/23 to comply by 7/16/23. A one-time fine of $150. The city is requesting a full amount. Appeal deadline was 6/1/23 and no appeal was received.
So ordered.
Next case, page 43, Inspector Dorian Caloyan, case number CE 230500784, case address 5560 Northeast 33rd Avenue. Owner Marco Peckett and Augie Peckett, posted at property 7/11/23, posted at first heard 7/11/23 to comply by 7/21/23 and 8/8/23. One section not complied at $200 per day, $8,200 accrued. Two sections not complied at $100 per day, $4,600 accrued for a total of $12,800. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Okay. You have to read it. Case number CE 230101557, case address 2454 Beverly Lane. This case is being rescheduled. Also on page 44, case number CE 2202027, case address 1537 Southeast 13th Street, owner Summit Homes Florida LLC. This is in order to vacate the order imposing fine from 4/28/22.
So ordered.
Next case, page 45, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 230700633, case address 1728 Northeast 16th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner Justin Wall. This case was cited at 7/22/23 to comply by 7/22/23, a one-time fine of $400. For the city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 8/6/23 and no appeal was received.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oaks, Leonard Champagne. Case number CE 230700144, case address 626 Southwest Fourth Avenue, owner 626 Partners LLC. This case was cited 7/6/23 to comply by 7/6/23. A one-time fine of $250 was assessed. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 7/21/23 and no appeal was received.
So ordered.
Next case, page 46, Inspector Diego Santos, case number CE 230300807, case address 1501 Southwest 19th Avenue, owner Alex Stephen Pryor. This case was first heard 7/11/23 to comply by 7/25/23 and 8/8/23. One section complied at $50 per day, $300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 47, Inspector Bovary Santos, case number CE 221200582. Case address 1231 Northwest 17th Street, owner Elizabeth Ann Ferguson, McHenry Moore III. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/29/23. One suspension from 7/27 to 8/6/23. One section not complied at $100 per day. $6,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Case, next case, page 48, Inspector Bovary Santos. Case number CE 221200587, case address 1143 Northwest 18th Street, owner Nikita Bryant. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/29/23 and 7/27/23. Three sections not complied at $25 per day, $4,025 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 49, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 221000524, case address 3081 Northwest 19th Street, owner Prasad USA Property Holdings LLC. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/29/23. One suspension from 7/27 to 8/31/23. One section not complied at $250 per day, $7,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 50, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22120412. Case address 535 Northwest 28th Avenue. Owner Calvin Williams and Carolyn Williams. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 7/27/23. Two sections not complied at $25 per day. $1,750 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 50, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 23010866, case address 1701 Northwest 7th Place, owner Joyce Young and Betty Lee Young Estates. This case was first heard 6/13/23 to comply by 7/11/23. One section complied at $25 per day, $925 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 51. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 230205551, case address 729 Northwest 19th Avenue. Owner Raphael B. Fischetti. This case was first heard 6/29/23 to comply by 7/27/23. One section not complied at $100 per day, $3,500 approved. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 53. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 230105152, case address 2000 West Commercial Boulevard, owner Commercial Boulevard Realty LLC. This case was first heard 5/25/23 to comply by 6/29/23. One section not complied at $100 per day, $4,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fine continue to accrue. This was an order to repeat.
Yeah, so ordered. It wasn't.
Next case, page 57, case number CE 22090123, case address 742 Northwest 10th Terrace, owner Believers Trust Ministries, Inc., Inspector Patrice Jolly. This case was first heard 3/30/23 to comply by 5/25/23. One suspension from 6/13/23 to 8/8/23. Three sections complied at $25 per day. $2,700 approved, and the city is requesting no fines.
So
The city is requesting to enter pages 58 and 59 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the special magistrate hearing for August 31st, 2023.
Thank you all.
Yes.
Thank you.